Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention? The program will begin shortly.
Hello, good morning to all of you. Um, so,
Morning.
good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Selamat pagi.
Good morning, Professor. I guess all presenter are not here. If all presenter are, we have 3 presenter today. So, may I request to say just hi or hello, whether all presenter are present here. I can see speaker 3, Professor Hiroshi Kojima, but what about other presenter? Just open your microphone and say just hi, hello, good morning, whether you are present or not, please.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Okay. So Dr. Wothin Sawangdi and Fatima Torabi is there, Dr. Fatima Torabi, and we have 3 presenters. So let us start. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Mohammad Juel Rana. I am working at the International Institute for Population Sciences, Mumbai, from India. To the second day of 5th Asian Population Conference. A very good morning to all of you. Thank you for choosing this session out of 4 simultaneous sessions in this time. I would like to introduce Mr. H. Nafrizal. He will be here today with us as a second moderator. He is working at the BKKBN, Indonesia. And we have 3 presenters today. The first presenter is Yothin Sawangdi. He is working as associate professor at the Institute for Population and Social Research, Moidal University, Thailand. The second speaker today will be Dr. Fatima Turabi. She is assistant professor at Tehran University of Tehran in Iran. The third presenter is Professor Hiroshi Kojima from Ozeda University, Tokyo, Japan. So let me briefly tell about the topic of the presentation. So we have three interesting presentations today. The first presentation will be on family context, sufficient physical activity and game, consequences on the school-going children's jovial habit and intelligence quotient. The data will be used from Thailand. The second presentation is on temporal changes in male and female ideal age at marriage in Iran. And the third presentation is about correlates of premarital cohabitation experience of married adults. So we have three interesting presentations today. And now we are moving to, before I invite a speaker, I would like to request moderator two to add something if anything is left out. So speaker two, Mr. Nafrizal, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Medical Doctor Joel Rana. So how are you doing? Yes,
I'm good. I'm good. I hope you are good.
All of the speakers in the room, and I would say selamat pagi, Indonesian language from Indonesia, from Jakarta. Yes, we have three speakers, and I think you have each 15 minutes for the deliver your abstract. So we start now, and please. First is Yotin, Mrs. Yotin Sawangdi. So how are you doing? And then keep continue with Ibu or Mother Fatima Torabi will deliver in the second topic of the session. And the last, I think Hiroshi Kojima will deliver her research and her founding in this related to the premarital cohabitation experience in married adults in Japan. So I think we give the floor and time to you for the each of 15 minutes. Please first the Yotin Sawangdi from Thailand.
Yes,
Thank you.
morning
Thank you.
everyone. I have been sending my message to the,
Yeah.
I prefer to use the video that I have been sending to you. Could you please turn on the video? Thank you very much, because that is a very nice preparation. Appreciate it. Good morning, the chairperson, and thank you very much for ASEAN Population Association Scientific Committee accept my abstract and my working paper and research entitled Family Context, Sufficient Physical Activity and Game, Consequences on Primary School Age Children, Jovial Habit and IQ in Thailand. This research, in fact, not only myself, Yotin Sawangdi, who are sociologists, but I have some colleagues such as Mr. Danusorn Pothalin. He is a PhD candidate in demography, and Assistant Professor Dr. Piyawat Ket Wongsa, who are a PhD in demography. We work together. Let me introduce the guide that I will discuss today. At very beginning, I will talk about introduction and research methodology, result, discussion, and conclusion. Talking about the introduction, IQ and jovial habit are the most important psychological indicators when focused on school-age children. This study examined effect of family type that have been influencing on sufficient physical activity and computer game practice that simultaneously producing some consequences on children, jovial behavior, and IQ. Data and research methodologies. Data here are derived from the fourth Thai National Health Examination Survey between 2008 and 2009. The dataset was conducted by the Department of Community Medicine, Faculty of Medicine, Ramathipati Hospital, Mahidol University, Thailand. The unit of analysis are children aged between 6 and 12 years old, both boy and girl, who live in municipality area and rural area. They are the last child of the family, who were birth order number 2 and number 3, mostly. The total sample size is 2,306 children. Variable and scale of measurement. IQ description is intelligence quotient. It is ratio scale. Average mean is 95.01. Standard deviation is 13.77. We need to consider it on some IQ so that we starting from those who was 75 and up to 150. EQDP3, it is jovial habit or cheerful behavior. This one is the score. The average mean is 0.10. Standard deviation is 1.91. Game, the description is computer electronic game that the children can be practiced with not only PC computer, iPad, and smartphone. Scale of measurement is binary or dummy variable, 0 and 1. 1 is yes, they're practicing computer game. Family structure. It is the family structure that measured by nuclear family and extended family. It is dummy variable or categorical variable, 0 and 1. 1 is nuclear. Average mean is 0.25 and standard deviation is 0.43. While the residence, it is the place of residence that measured by 1 is urban area and 0 is rural area under the categorical variable or dummy variable. The average mean is 0.45 and standard deviation is 0.49. PA enough, whether the children having physical activity enough or not, it is the dummy variable. 1 is enough, 0 is not enough. In fact, this information measuring under the interval scale, but the distribution of the data is not so well. Therefore, my colleague and I group as enough and do not enough. Mean is 0.24 and standard deviation is 0.43. FAPK1, it is park and playground. Whether park and playground is available in the community area. Also measured by categorical variable or dummy variable, 0 and 1. 1 is yes. Under the community, they're having some creative park or playground. The average mean is 0 and 0.78, and standard deviation is 0.1. Let me presenting some of my sample characteristics. When we concentrating place of residence, rural and urban, and focusing on boy and girl, there are about 50% of the girl living in rural area. At the same time, there are about 50% of the girl living in urban area. Similarly, pattern when we concentrating on the boy, the pattern is the same. About 49% of them living in both rural and urban area. So that the total sample is 2,306. So be able to concentrating that, proportion of children who were from rural area is a little bit larger than those who were from urban area. Look at type of family or family structure. The study concentrating on school-age children who were 6 years old and 12 years old. Following Thai social context, most of the kids, because of they are young, they're living in extended family. They're composing not only grandma, grandpa, grandma, but also the other relative, not only spouse who have children, but other in-law living with them to look after the kid. For those who living in nuclear family, be able to say that 49.8 of the girl living in this family type. At the same time, there are about 50% of the boy living in nuclear family. Looking at family structure and computer electronic game practice, yes, they are practicing with computer electronic game. No, it means that they not only do not practicing, certainly most of the girl and boy who were in this sample, some they also practicing computer game, but the word no here mean that not many as much as those who say yes. I mean, they also play, but not addict to the game. For example, extended family, about 53%, 55% of them, playing a computer electronic game. Why? Those who were in nuclear family, the pattern is look similar. Because of I and my colleague applying past analysis when we want to concentrating on family structure and game, including with effect of physical activity, creative part, having on their jovial behavior and produce some consequences on IQ score or not. Based on linear concept, we are also testing some relation. And we found that children who having, or living in community that have facility park or creativity park, their PA, physical activity, correlation is minus or negative. It means that even if the park is available, but physical activity among school children is not enough. Surprising me. Maybe their parents or family member do not lead them there. But when at the same time, when we concentrating on computer game practicing with PA Park, we also found that it have negative relationship. This is interesting to concentrating on. Look at result from past.
5 minutes is left.
The main idea is concentrating on family structure, PA enough, and a jovial habit or cheerful behavior. And IQ is the dependent variable. From this study, we able to say that the nuclear family here have positive influence on jovial behavior or jovial habit or cheerful characteristic. And jovial characteristic also produce positive influence on IQ. At the same time, nuclear family, where children living with their parents and among with them also have positive relationship with game. Interestingly, the children who were mostly practicing with electronic computer game, the relationship have the influence of game having a negative relationship with IQ. It is mean that the more the children using electronic game, their IQ seems like reducing. However, if we concentrating on physical activity, those who have physical activity enough, it have positive relationship with IQ. As a result, I would like to say that IQ of the children from this analysis, it seems like have some positive effect from physical activity, have some positive effect on family support. Surprisingly, it also have some effect from jovial habit. It is positive direction. Concentrating on game, I am very surprised. Game also produce positive on children jovial, but have negative effect on IQ. Result again. The empirical result from past analysis show that nuclear family have negative influence on physical activity, but positive on computer electronic game practice. Importantly, they are also having some positive effect on jovial habit and IQ statistically significant after controlling for availability of creativity park and place of residence.
Dr. Yotin, this time is
Jovial habit is also contributing some positive relationship influence on IQ score. Interestingly, these results show that practicing with computer electronic game are having some negative effect on IQ. To confirm that the prediction model is acceptable, I concentrating on model goodness of it, and our R-square model is 0.883. Discussion and conclusion. For this investigation, the influence of household structure, such as parental support in nuclear family, including with the role and function of grandmother and grandfather within an extended family, are important exogenous factors that able to increase and decrease children's cheerful habit that contributing some consequences on IQ scores. That is to say, environmental and surrounding component at family level as exogenous factors are the most important design for children's psychological and their intelligence quotients. Thank you very much, and the rest is the reference. I'm really appreciate to.
Thank you, Dr. Yotin, and now the
Thank you.
time.
Study is
Yeah.
some of my preliminary study. The distribution of the data is quite not normalization. Therefore, my colleague and I need to make it as dummy variable. Really appreciate your comment and suggestion. Thank you very much. สวัสดีครับ
Sawadikap. Thank you very much.
Thank
Dr.
you.
So,
Thank you so much. So let me.
Dr. Diana, we can
Yeah,
move to another speaker. And could you please,
Sure.
Mother Fatima Torabi, the time is yours. I just remind, and you have 15
hello, yeah. Do you have my voice on the screen?
Yes, good sound.
Okay.
Good voice.
Yes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Fatima Torabi, and I'm happy to present the results of my co-authored paper at the 5th Asian Population Association Conference. Now, I would like to thank the organizers of the conference as well as the chair of this session. The paper investigates temporal changes in the ideal age at marriage, as you can see here. And as a take-home message, I would like to emphasize an increase in the male and female ideal age at marriage in Iran, despite widespread efforts to encourage marriage, especially after a shift in population policy from anti to pronatalist population policy in a recent decade. As you can see here, there has been an increase in the single-age age at marriage in Iran, both for men and women between the mid-1980s and the mid-2000s. The increase has continued for men, as you can see here, after 2006, but stopped for females and actually reversed. The single-age age at marriage reached from 23.3 years in 2006 to 23 years in 2016. This happened despite placing emphasis on marriage since the Islamic Revolution in 1979. And as I mentioned, in recent years, after a shift in population policy from an anti to a pro-natalist policy. So the aim of this paper was to investigate whether changes in the ideal age at marriage happened in the same direction as the age of marriage or not. So we investigated temporal changes in the male and female ideal age at marriage and its demographic and socioeconomic correlates. The paper used two data sources, the 2004 National Survey of Iranians' Cultural Changes, which is a nationally representative sample, and 2015 National Survey of Iranians' Values and Attitudes, which again is a nationally representative sample. The samples included a population aged 15 years and higher, which as a total, we had a sample size of more than 23,000 individuals. These are the variables which have been included in the analysis. The dependent variables are male and female ideal age at marriage. The questions were, what do you think is appropriate, the appropriate age at marriage for boys, and what do you think is the appropriate age at marriage for girls? We also had several covariates: gender, age groups, marital status, educational attainment, religion, employment status, and socioeconomic status. Okay, I'm moving straight to the results of the multiple regression. I skipped the results of the descriptive statistics. These are the multiple regression results for male ideal age at marriage, as you can see here. For both 2004 and 2015 samples, the blue bars represent the 2004 and the red bars, the 2015 sample. First, consider the variable of gender. And as you can see, after accounting for other variables, being a male respondent reduces the ideal age at marriage, the male ideal age at marriage in 2004, but the direction of the effect reversed in 10 years. So after 10 years, males are more likely to report a higher ideal age at marriage than women, and both are significant. Moving to the age group, as you can see here, belonging to the youngest age group, 15 to 29-year-old people, reduces the male ideal age at marriage. We did not find any significant effect for the middle age group. And moving to the marital status, as you can see here, never married respondents report lower ideal age at marriage compared to those who are married. As expected, attaining lower education reduces the ideal age at marriage. Although the magnitude of the effect reduced over time, but the effect still remains significant in the second or the later survey. Okay, and when you see the religion after accounting for other variables, being Shiites, adhering to the Shiite sect of Islam increases the ideal age at marriage in 2004, but in 2015, the direction of the effect reversed. And being employed reduces the ideal age at marriage, so is having a lower socioeconomic status. Moving to the multiple regression analysis of female ideal age at marriage. As you can see here, the results of gender is the same for female ideal age at marriage as we have observed for male ideal age at marriage. There is a shift in the direction of the effect over time, so that men are more likely to report higher ideal age at marriage than women. And as you can see, for age, lower age groups belonging to a lower age group reduces the ideal age at marriage. And here the result is spread over the whole age spectrum. Again, being never married reduces the ideal marriage when we reach toward the 2015. As before, the lower the education, the lower the ideal age at marriage for women, as we observed for men. Religion, the effect of religion disappears over time for female ideal age at marriage, so it doesn't matter if you're Shiite or which constitute the majority of the population of Iran or not. And being employed and having a lower socioeconomic status, the results are the same for male and female ideal age at marriage. So if I want to summarize these findings, I can say that we witnessed a rise in both male and female ideal age at marriage, despite efforts to encourage marriage. There has been temporal changes in the effect of covariates, except for age, which its effect remained unchanged over time. We observed a gendered pattern of the effect of covariates. The magnitude of the effect of coefficients were somewhat higher for female than male ideal age at marriage. And we also observed the different roles of variables of age group, marital status, and religion. The middle age groups was not associated with female ideal age at marriage, but it was with male ideal age at marriage, but it was related with female ideal age at marriage. Marital status was only associated with female ideal age at marriage, and religion was only associated with male ideal age at marriage in 2015. I would like to emphasize the importance of taking the needs of young people into account when designing any policy intervention for young people or an evidence-based bottom-up approach in policy making, because as I mentioned, there has been a shift in population policy in Iran toward a pro-natalist population policy, because the fertility levels has reached very low levels in Iran compared with the historic high levels of fertility. So it has provoked some concerns, serious concerns among policy makers to reverse this trend. So it's important to avoid any policies that does not account for the desires and needs of young people and their families. And the future research can benefit from a multi-level approach to account for possible interplay of individual and contextual factors. For instance, the educational attainment of the parents, the marriage patterns of the parents and siblings, as well as the infrastructure in the area where young people live. These are all important factors that can show us a more comprehensive picture of what's going on. With that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and this is an ongoing research, so I would like to ask for your thoughts and comments on our research. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Dr. Fatima Turabi. This is an interesting
You're welcome.
presentation. Next,
Thank you.
next, I am going to invite Professor Hiroshi Kojima from Waseda University. Sir, please.
Selamat pagi and Assalamualaikum. Nama saya Kojima. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can't share the screen yet.
Did you
can
share your,
Can I do it now?
sir,
Okay.
did you share your PPT with?
Okay.
Again.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Yes, it is visible. If it is
First, I
possible,
like-
sir, make it full screen.
Pardon?
Make it full screen if it is possible, please.
Yeah. You mean, yeah, but it's full on my screen, but I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Okay, it is fine, sir. It is okay.
First, I'd like to thank the NOC and the Secretariat of APA and moderators for giving a chance to talk. This is on the correlates of premarital cohabitation experience of married adults only in Japan. And the purpose of this study is to analyze the correlates of premarital cohabitation experience among married Japanese men and women, applying multinomial logit analysis to microdata from the 5th and 9th surveys on marriage and childbearing. And there's a limitation. Yesterday, the most recent issue of demographic research featuring 20-country comparative study was published, and which it has found premarital cohabitations lowering effect on parental control over the timing of marriage, but I couldn't fully integrate the content of the article. This is multinomial logit analysis. I'm using SAS since I'm an old man. And there are two dependent variables. One is the experience and type of premarital cohabitation. And there are three categories: cohabitation before marriage, marriage decision first, or marriage or parental consent first, according to the demographic research article, following the demographic research article, and the direct marriage without no cohabitation. And this is secondary dependent variable, but it's the duration of premarital cohabitation, which is available only in 2009 survey. Sorry if I have a cold. And these are the control variable, dependent variables. And this shows the result of the bivariate analysis. And this is cohabitation as a whole, and this is cohabitation first within it, and this is marriage decision before cohabitation, or parental consent before cohabitation. Both include on the increase in recent marriage cohorts. And this is a total, as you can see. And this is the result of multivariate analysis. And the left-hand side shows the result of 2009 survey, and the right-hand side shows the result of 2016 survey. And they are the basic demographic variables, and they have relatively strong effect, and they are consistent across surveys to some extent. And but those in between are not. And at the bottom there are regional variables, which is also strong, which has also strong effects and relatively consistent. But the center parts are socioeconomic variables and variables related to mate selection method, and also fertility. And what is interesting is those couple without kids are less likely to experience cohabitation first relative to direct marriage. But in 2009 survey, in 2016 survey, it has very strong positive effect among both male females. And let me keep. I forgot to mention about the also local residents, which may be affected by parental pressure, but it has only effects only among men for marriage decision first or parental consent first. It's reasonable. And home ownership also has the opposite effect, which may also have the shows the effect of parental control, possibly because money often, at least partially, often comes from parents. Let me jump to the table for marriage duration. And by the way, 2009 survey has information on education, and among men, university education has a negative effect on cohabitation first, and also among women, this may show the parental control rather than other factors. And also, this right-hand panel shows the result for marriage, cohabitation duration for those who have cohabited before marriage. And those related to higher education have positive effect on short duration cohabitation among men, but those among women, graduate school education has a positive effect on medium-term cohabitation. This may suggest the so-called cohabitation strategy suggested by French family sociologist Dusangri. Anyway, I'll jump to the conclusion. In Japan, I'll jump to the second conclusion, because the first one deals with the technical limitation related to age truncation and event censorship. It's indicated by the effect on education in 2009. The correlates are different by sex, and the cohabitation strategy seems to be different between sexes. As revealed by Kojima and my previous study, there are at least two types of women, which was suggested by Michel Boson in France, and there are women who use different cohabitation strategies. Those with lower education tend to marry early to men with established occupation through cohabitation first strategy, and those with higher education tend to marry late to build up their professional career while they're keeping a future husband and more equal relationship through marriage decision first strategy. This is by the summary, and I'd like to acknowledge the data source and also references, and thank you for listening. This is the end.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Hiroshi Kojima. Thank you so much for this interesting presentation. Now, I would like to respond to speaker if they ask any question. And moderator too, please could you see that if there is any question in the chat box? I cannot see right now. And because we have sufficient time, if audience want to ask question, can ask a question directly. Meanwhile, I have a couple of questions to the presenters. So I'm just taking this privilege to ask the question to the presenter before audience ask their question. My first set of question is to first presenter, Dr. Yothin Sawangdi. My question is first question is, in your sample of study, the last child has been selected for analysis. So why last child is selected for that? And the second, I was thinking when presentation was going on that two independent variables like education have not been incorporated in the analysis. So I was thinking that perhaps income has a significant effect to some extent to the jovial to the jovial habit and to the IQ perhaps. So that was my concern, that these two important variables, these are the a key variable of social and economic progress of a society. So why these variables are not incorporated? Perhaps this on enlightenment on these issues maybe useful. So we can go one by one if there is no any issue. So may I request the first presenter, Yothin Sawangdi, could you respond on this problem on this question, please?
Yes, Dr. Jewel. So far, I don't have, I don't see anyone raise their hand or they are put in the chatting room. So I can go ahead for the speaker to answer some of the question from the moderator one. The horse for you.
Yes. So, may I request the first presenter to respond if want to respond, please. Dr. Yothin Sawangdi, are you here? I don't know. is the first presenter here in this session? Oh, perhaps he left. I don't know. I have okay. Meanwhile, he joined us. He is not here in this session. I have two thoughts on the second presentation. Dr. Fatima Turabi. If I am right, please tell me that the two set of data, one is in one data set has been collected in 2004, another data set has been collected in 2015. So two set data, what I understood that the regression analysis have been carried out separately in these two set data set. So I was wondering that what if we if you could have pooled these two data set and could have used the analysis on the pooled data set, and you could have see easily whether time has any effect, independent effect or not in the set of covariates, independent variable. So yes, then there are advanced methodologies like change decomposition analysis could have been carried out to change that what are the factors, independent factors contributing to the change in ideal age-at marriage. So this is one set of thought. Another is that among female respondent, the ideal mean is at marriage has been declined from 2004 to 2015, 15 in case of unmarried women. So why is this happening? So that was the second thought of inquiry. So could you please go ahead? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for your questions and for your interest in our paper. You're absolutely right. This is the first attempt to analyze this data. And as you mentioned, the second step would be to pull these two data sets together and maybe try interaction effects to see if time has an important role in explaining these differences. And also, I think gender would be a good another good variable to see if the interaction terms would be significant or not. And thank you for the suggestion on methodology. And also on the question that I have on my screen from Ms. Kabramalan, I hope I have pronounced her name correctly. Yes, you're absolutely right. Because of these data time limitations in the recorded presentation, I have skipped some important parts, and I thought that I should present the same slides here. You're absolutely right. The ideal age at marriage has increased from 20.3 years in 2004 to 21.2 for females. So which is a almost 1 year increase in 10 years. It's still below the actual mean age at marriage, which shows that there is some room for policy interventions to reduce the actual age at marriage in Iran. For male, the same results. The ideal age at marriage has reduced from 24.8 years in 2004, has increased from 24.8 years in 2004 to 25.6 years in 2015, which is again a 1 year increase in 10 years. It's still 2 years below the actual age at marriage, the mean age at marriage in Iran for men, which also shows that there is a room for a reduction in age at marriage in Iran. So people want to marry earlier, but they can't somehow and mostly for economic reasons. Yeah, thank you for that, because during my presentation, I realized that I have skipped one very important part, and thanks for this question. And there is another question for me. Do you want me to answer that, or would you like to read it? I don't know, Dr. Moderator.
Yes. Dr. Fatima, please go ahead to respond this question. There is one question for you in the chat box from Maria Media. Yeah, please go ahead to respond this question.
And there is another question.
Can you read this?
Yes, just want to know about the regulations in Iran about marriage age. Are the citizenship mainly follow the rule, and if not, what is the mechanism or procedure for the institution which have function about that? Thank you for the question again. Yes, the legal age at marriage in Iran is quite low compared to many countries. It's 13 years for girls and 15 for boys. So if a person wants to marry below that ages, they should go to the court and get a court order. But as you mentioned, we have some cases of marriage below the age of 13 for girls and 15 for boys. But the child marriage is not very common in Iran. So we are in the middle in Asia. So not very high prevalence of child marriage, not very low. So it is practiced, but it's but they have to have a court order if they want to register their marriage. So, and there has been some very lengthy discussions at our parliaments to increase the legal age at marriage, but no success so far because it's a very complex issue with regard to religion and cultural factors and everything. I hope I have answered your question. But another point that the reduction in age at marriage in Iran at the national level, the one that I showed you for women, it's partly related to, it's mainly related to a reduction in age at marriage in rural areas for women. And because the proportion of women who get married before the age of 19 has increased in rural areas of Iran, which is another interesting topic that should be investigated in research. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you for responding this question. And is there any question, moderator two, Mr. Nofrizal, if you find any question, please
Jonathan,
ask to the respective.
We don't have for the audience, for the participant. So I think that's a good, the good response from the speaker, right? And much of us interested with marriage and age of marriage. So I think the research from the Yotin, from the Mother Fatima and Mr. Horishi, I think this related to that one. So second, what can we get through Rana to be close, because and no question.
Yeah. Before we close, before we close, I have
yes.
Let us we have sufficient time, I guess half an hour, more than half an hour. So I have a question to Professor Horisha Hiroshi Kojima. So this is interesting exercise. Sir, I'd like to read on sentence from your abstract. I was just wondering to in this direction, like what is the possible, what could be the possible reason behind it? The demographic correlates are largely similar in the results for 2016 survey, while the effects of wives' marriage age below 22 changes direction from positive to negative. So is it clear, sir? Is it clear to you? Did I make it clear? So what I am saying, Professor Hiroshi Kojima.
I had the similar feeling, because as probably the nature of the cohabitation changed during the early 2000. And for example, effect of no child has the opposite effect across surveys, which may mean that previously there has been more shotgun marriage or marriage forced by pregnancies, but in the newer survey, the effect is the opposite, in the opposite direction, and it's possible that those who have cohabited before marriage are less likely to have children. And anyway, as the percentage of population, I mean, couples who have married after cohabitation increases, the nature of the cohabitation strategy changed, or the composition of the different kinds of women who has cohabitation changed strategy. At least two types of cohabitation strategy changed the composition. Those who maybe I have to think more about it.
Yes. Thank you for all responses. I guess there is no questions from the audience. So
may I
now,
ask questions to Fatima?
yes, please. Yes, sure.
I'd be interested in the public policies after the Islamic Revolution, and during at the beginning of the Islamic Revolution period, Ayatollah Khomeini had the pro-natalist policy, but at the end, Ayatollah Khomeini changed the policy to anti-natalist one, and that might have affected the parents of younger generation who were young during that time and who have children, and that those affected by at the beginning of pro-natalist policy may have more children and different idea about marriage and children, while those who have children at that later period of revolution, when the pro-natalist policy changed to anti-natalist policy, they may have different idea about, the parents may have different idea about marriage and children. That kind of thing affected to your result, or I'm not sure, but
Yeah, you mean if we considered like generational effects on the ideal age-at marriage? Is this your question?
yeah, that's right.
So it would be a good thing to look at. No, we didn't look at these generational effects, but it's a very good, I think, suggestion to see if different cohorts have changed, birth cohorts have changed their attitudes toward ideal age-at marriage, or there is a significant difference between the ideas of parents and their children. So I think that would be a very good question to ask and see if there has been a change or not. Yeah, but we haven't looked at it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So I guess there is no question anymore. And another responsibility for moderator one is to ensure photo. So there is virtual jockey in the.
We have still one
photo
question.
has been.
Yeah, I think we have.
Oh,
we
sure. Yeah.
So this is from chat room. So the question, let me who play for the goes to the Dr. Fatima, yeah. So who play and oh, I think for the Dr. Hiroshi, I think, right? So let me see this question for the speech speaker. Oh no, I think Yotin is not here right now. Sorry. Yeah, I have a simple question for the Dr. Fatima. This is very close with Indonesian teaching, right? In Indonesia, also mostly in Muslim. So, what is the program for preparation for the men and women as when they are prepare for the marriage? So, any like training or the so they have the maturity for the getting married in Iran.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Yeah, before this shift in the policy, there was a very short training course for the couples who were about to get married, and it was a prerequisite to like registration, marriage registration, but it was mainly focused on family planning issues. So to teach them how to plan their childbearing and birth intervals and everything like that. After the shift in population policy, there has been a shift in what the material should be in these training courses. And because there has also been an increase in the incidence of divorce, so in Iran, both the stability of marriage is important and family formation in like not an early age. They want to prevent delayed marriage. So there is discussions about how they can change the material, the content of these trainings to like first of all to increase the duration of these trainings and also to incorporate some material about how they can have a quality marriage and some training about the quality of marriage as well. But so far it's been mostly concentrated on family planning issues, which is like diminished because they don't want people to like reduce the number of their children because it's not the policy anymore.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fatima. One question goes to the Dr. Kojima. So cohabitation helps or not helps to promote births in Japan? Please, Dr. Kojima, to be responsible.
Yes. As I mentioned before, in the 2009 survey, there's a tendency for those without kids after marriage tend not to have sorry, it's the other way around. Maybe let me share that. Table. In 2009 survey, no kids has negative effect on cohabitation, but among women. But in 2016 survey data, it has a positive effect. So previously, people were forced to some cohabited people were forced to marriage because of pregnancy or childbearing, but now it's changed so that the cohabiting people don't have children even after marriage. So it used to have, cohabitation used to have pronatalist effect previously, but it changed to antinatalist effect, I suppose. Does that answer the question? Or
Yes, I think the question come from, where is this? I think yes, come from the Happy Chat from the Thailand.
oh,
I think
my old friend.
yes, Dr. Happy Chat. Yes. Yeah, I think no more the question. So could you please, medical Dr. Joel, to be go to the closing or the conclusion, please.
Yeah, sure. So I guess the virtual jockey has already taken the photo of our session, and let me invite all the participants to our next session that will be from 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Our next parallel session. And meanwhile, there is break, and meanwhile you can go through the poster presentations. And let me thank you, my co-moderator, moderator 2, H. Nafrizal. So thank you so much for your presence and monitoring continuation of this session. And the presenter, we have 3 presenters. Dr. Yothin Sawangde. Unfortunately, we did not find him in the question answer session. And next presenter is Fatima Torabi and Professor Hiroshi Kojima. Thank you so much for your insightful presentations and content. And I guess the APA conference is helpful and got enlightened with your presentation. And thank you for the audience for joining this session. You made this session actually a success. So thank you, all of you. And we will see you in the next session, next parallel session.
Thank you very much,
So let us
medical doctor,
close this.
and all of the speakers and participants.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Dr. Shima.
So,
I will see you sometime in Tokyo.
I am not a medical doctor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This mentioned it is
Yeah.
display. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so I'm a PhD. I'm a PhD holder. So yeah, it's okay.
But you are going to, right? You are going to the PhD.
Okay. Let us.
I pray on that day. Yeah, thank you very much.
Oh, okay.
Move to another session. Thank you. Bye-bye from Jakarta. Yes.
Thank you very much, Koshima.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention? The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention? The program will begin shortly.
Good noon to all and welcome to this parallel session entitled Active Aging and Well-Being. I am Grace D. Cruz from the University of the Philippines Population Institute, and I will be your moderator along with Ms. Rina Herarty. We have 4 papers to be presented reflecting the experiences of older people in 4 countries in the region, including Sri Lanka, Iran, the Philippines, and Vietnam. Before I proceed to introduce the paper presenters, may I request Ms. Rina to quickly walk us through the house rules? Thank you, Rina.
Thank you, Moderator Awan. Good morning. My name is Rina Herarty. I'm a researcher at the BKKBN, the Police Population Study Center at BKKBN. Welcome to all speakers and presenters to this session. Before we start, I'd like to explain the rules of the session. Each participant will have 15 minutes to present the paper. The notification sound will remind presenter when the time is up. If any technical problem occur to the current presenter, the presenter needs to do the troubleshoot in the background, and the next or the upcoming presenter will take over. If there is any question during the presentation for the participants, please type into the chat box in your Zoom control panel, and we will bring them up during the Q&A session at the end of the presentation. Now, shall we start the session? Ms. Grace, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Rina. We now proceed to the first paper entitled Active Aging Among Community Dwelling Elders in Sri Lanka, to be presented by Shyama Ranabahu, who is a senior lecturer in geography at the University of Ruhona, Sri Lanka. Ms. Shyama you have the screen now. Thank you.
Hope you can see my slides.
Yeah, it's clear. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. Good morning to all of you. I would like to thank the organizers and reviewers for giving us this opportunity to present our findings in the 5th APA Conference 2021. I am Shyama Ranabahu from the University of Ruhuna, Sri Lanka. My co-author is Palitha Amaravira from the same university. The title of our presentation is Active Aging Among Community Dwelling Elders in Sri Lanka. This is the outline. First, we will move on to the background of the study. Population aging has been recognized as the most prominent global demographic issue of the 21st century. The unprecedented growth of the elderly population can be identified in Sri Lanka's age structure too. Also, Sri Lanka is rated as the fastest aging country in South Asian region. The share of the elderly population was 6.3% in 1971, and it increased up to 12.4% in 2012. It is expected that the percentage will reach up to 24.8% by the year 2041, concentrating a nearly 1/4 of a population within the age group of 60 years and over. This trend of population aging brings many implications in terms of supporting the elders to remain independent, healthy, and satisfied as they age. However, negative age stereotypes of elderly were the widely accepted norm. The elders are stereotyped as frail, passive, or dependent. These negative stereotypes are influencing both elders' perception of themselves as well as how the society perceives aging and older generation. However, this negative view of the elderly has been changing over time. WHO and UN recognize population aging as an opportunity for elders as well as for the countries. Literature has also shown a paradigm of positive aging discourses which were emerged over time. Active aging is one such positive discourse defined by WHO at the process of optimizing opportunities for health, participation, and security in order to enhance the quality of life as people age. The research problem of this study, therefore, was to examine how and in what ways the social-spatial characteristics of urban, rural, and estate sectors explain the condition of active aging among community-dwelling elders in Sri Lanka. Now, you know, there could be various barriers as against opportunities for active aging in the world as well as in Sri Lanka. They could be in the context of personal characteristics or social spatial environment of elders along with their perceived beliefs and preferences. Therefore, we have selected this research objective. The study was guided by the framework of active aging by WHO 2002, focusing on some selected variables under each determinant. Now, let me explain the methodology and methods adopted in this study. The study employed a pragmatic research paradigm and mixed methods approach with deductive theoretical drive. Study setting was 3 residential sectors representing urban, rural, and estate sectors in Sri Lanka. The study was based on primary data selected in 2 phases. In phase 1, quantitative data were collected with an interview-administered questionnaire survey with 350 community-dwelling elderly respondents. Sample was selected using multi-stage random sampling method. In phase 2, qualitative data were collected using 36 in-depth interviews with elders. The non-probability sampling, that is the purposive sampling method, was employed. A narrative approach was also adopted. Data were analyzed using mixed methods analysis, bivariate and thematic analysis were employed. Now, the results and discussion. First, I would like to give some respondent characteristics. The mean age of the respondents were 70 and a half. The age ranged from 6 to 90 years, and majority were young elderly, majority were females, majority married, and majority up to secondary level educational attainment. Also, 7.4% had no schooling, and a higher majority were living with their own family. 76.3% living in their family home, and they were living at the pace of usual residence from birth, 21%, and 62% were living more than 20 years. With those respondent characteristics in mind, let us find some of the key findings of this study. In terms of active aging and participation, as shown here in this figure, the study identified various paid and unpaid activity domains engaged by elders, from which domestic work was the most prominent activity, followed by societal activities, paid work, activities of care, leisure, and self-care activities. Let us see the elderly participation in paid work. The study found that the elderly participation in paid activities was relatively low at 36%. It indicates that the proportion of people working beyond the standard retirement age was low, and a higher female withdrawal from paid work was also found. In figure 2, it presents the paid work by type of activity and residential sector. It shows that the opportunities for paid activities among elders were generally different according to the geographical setting. Rural elders tended to engage in agricultural occupations more, followed by self-employment activities. The participation in private sector employment activities were high in the urban sector, whilst engagement in casual labor was high in the estate sector. Figure 3 illustrates paid work by type of activity and sex. You can see that male elders were more engaged in private sector, agricultural sector, and casual labor work, whilst the main paid activity of female elders was self-employment. The bivariate analyses have indicated that the elderly participation in paid work can be predicted by sex, age, marital status, and residential sector. In terms of participation in unpaid activity domains, it was found that nearly 88% of elders have been engaged in at least one form of domestic activity. Domestic activities range from indoor to outdoor activities. Data revealed a selectivity of participation in domestic activities by sex. Males were more tended to engage in outdoor tasks, while females were more attached to indoor activities. In terms of societal activity participation, 57.4% of elders have been engaged in any form of societal activity at the time of the survey. Societal activity was the most dynamic activity for elders since it provides them with social security, which entails close relationships and contacts with a wider community, unlike in other unpaid activities. However, elderly participation in societal activities has shown a significant spatial disparity. Both urban and rural sectors have shown higher involvement in societal activities, while estate sector elders indicating a higher withdrawal. Narratives of estate sector elders have elaborated that the majority of elders tended to participate in various economic activities and have no time or motivation to participate in other tasks. In the domain of activities of care, I would like to mention that normally these studies focus on finding how the care was provided to elders. Here we could see the elders as primary caregivers, providing care for others. Grandparenting was the highest. It was the mainly the elders were engaging in grandparenting. Also, they were looking after their bedridden or frail spouses, parents, in-laws, adult children, siblings, and even people other than their family. Although grandparenting was perceived as having positive outcomes, other caregiving experiences have found to be attached to various physical and emotional consequences for elders. For some, caregiver burden could also be found. The majority of grandparents were having fulfilling relationships, looking after their grandchildren. Some elders were even having full responsibility of care and protection of grandchildren. Let me present some quotes we have collected during in-depth interviewing, which indicates full responsibility attached to grandparenting. I'm not going to read out the quotes. In terms of active aging and income security, this study found that nearly 29% of elders were without any direct monthly income at their own at the time of the survey. Elderly women compared to men were more vulnerable, and as shown here, estate sector elders were more vulnerable in terms of income insecurity. In terms of social security, the study revealed that a higher percentage of elders have perceived as one of the members of the immediate family as the main provider of social support. And also it was found that elders were closer to the immediate family members as confidants, receiving emotional support. However, findings also revealed that almost 23% of elders were without any confidant network. In terms of active aging and health, it was found that nearly 52% of elders has perceived as without good health. The majority of elderly respondents have been receiving public sector health services. The study also recognizes several constraints in terms of health access, including lack of finances for health, lack of specialized facilities regarding geriatric care, and problems with public health facilities. And in terms of health behaviors of elders, the majority of elders had never engaged in any form of healthy behavioral activity by the time of the survey. 36.9% of elders were engaged in behaviors like physical exercise, dieting, and yoga or meditation. The study also revealed that urban sector elders were more likely to be sensitive to the health behaviors than elders of other two sectors. It could be explained in terms of their higher awareness, access to facilities, and attitudes of the urban way of life. Now, the conclusions. Selectivity of elderly activity participation could be found, a higher participation in habitual tasks which they have been performing along the life course. Lower level of paid work participation among elders were also found, and gender and sectorial-based differences in participation could be identified. The dynamic nature of social participation for both male and female elders was evident. And also higher income insecurity and lack of preparedness for later stages of life could be identified. The significance of immediate family providing both financial and social support could be found. Implications of providing emotional support could be revealed since a considerable percentage of elders were without a confident network, and lack or lower engagement of healthy behavioral activities could also be found. Now, let me present some policy implications. To introduce, it is important to introduce a community-based network to plan, implement, and monitor appropriate actions to optimize active aging among elders in Sri Lanka. An old age financial security system should be initiated, incorporating the recently adopted senior citizens allowance. The immediate family should be strengthened to further function as the main facilitating entity of active aging among elders. A lifelong perspective of elderly preparedness should be formulated and implemented from young ages. And also the barriers could be identified in terms of female participation. Therefore, those barriers need to be addressed in the policy dialogues for initiating diverse female-oriented activities. Finally, a comprehensive database should be maintained through a yearly survey whilst gathering detailed and comprehensive data under the 3 pillars of active aging and developing an active aging index to monitor changing trends in active aging. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Shama. We now proceed to the second paper, which is entitled Financial Adequacy and Active and Healthy Aging in Iran. And this will be presented by Dr. Nasibeh Zanjari from the Iranian Research Center on Aging, University of Social Welfare and Rehabilitation Sciences at Tehran. Dr. Zanjari, you have the screen.
Hello, can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay. Good day to all ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate the APA efforts to organize the 5th virtual conference. My presentation topic is about financial security and healthy aging in Iran, which is done with the collaboration of my colleague Rasul Sadeghi. I'm going to talk about the importance of financial security and healthy aging in introduction, followed by objectives and context of present study. Afterward, we will look at the data and methods, and finally, I will wrap up with some key points related to findings and make some policy implications. Health is the greatest wealth, and it's become more valuable in later life. Due to demographic transition, more people are living longer and want to stay active and healthy to fully participate in life. So certain positive concepts, including healthy aging, has been emerging in the social policy. In fact, healthy aging is the process of optimizing opportunities for physical, social, and mental health to enable older people to take an active part in society. So I think being free from disease or infirmity is not enough for healthy aging, and is a biopsychosocial approach. But it's important that environment in which we live and individual resources are highly influenced on our health status, our exposure to health risks, or even access to health services. The impact of these inequalities on our health implies the embodiment approach. In other words, bodies tell stories that people cannot or will not tell. Okay, Therefore, this study aimed to investigate financial security and healthy aging using both aggregated and individual data, also to assess the effect of financial adequacy on the healthy aging. In Iran, according to the census data, the percentage of people aged 60 and older equal to 9.3% of the population. The aging population is increasing and is estimated to become 32% of the Iranian population by 2050. Okay, we rely on multiple data sources at provincial and individual levels. At aggregated level, we use data from Iranian census data, household income and expenditure survey, social security and health report, as well as national survey on social capital. And at individual level, we use the data coming from a cross-sectional survey carried out among 600 older adults aged 60 years old and older in Tehran. Around 52% of the sample were women, and the mean age of the respondent was 70 years. Almost 12% of the respondents were university graduated, while approximately 65% had only primary education or no formal education at all. Elderly employment was 12%, and 25% of respondents was unmarried. Okay, let's move on to the findings. Financial security index at aggregated level was measured according to two different indicators, including pension income, coverage rate of older adults, and also no poverty risk for older people. I mean, reverse of poverty rate. And healthy aging index was measured by 4 different indicators, including life expectancy at 60, healthy life expectancy at 60, psychological well-being of older adults, and as well as social support of older adults. Both of them were normalized between 0 to 100. And the framework and methodology was almost adopted from age watch index that was developed by Professor Zaidi. Okay, as the map show, there is a huge spatial inequality in terms of financial security among older adults in different provinces across the country. The lowest score of financial security occur in the eastern territory of Iran. The highest score of financial security index occur in Tehran and other central province in Tehran. Here you can see. Here you can also see the healthy aging varies significantly around Iran. It ranges from 15 to 85. There are disparity in the healthy aging index depend on where people reside. As this graph shows, the index of financial security is highly positively correlated with healthy aging. On the other hand, high healthy aging score are recorded for provinces which carry high financial security index among older adults. This is the biopsychosocial conceptual framework of individual level analysis. Based on this framework, we assumed the financial security of older adults to be significantly contribute to physical, psychological, and social health of older individuals. But this association has a two-way nature. Healthy aging can also reduce financial security due to decline in health expenditure and make people able to work economically. At individual level, a financial security index was assessed using 7 items, including household financial adequacy and other items on saving or perceived economic situation. Around 16% of participants had financial difficulty and just 28% can have saving. The internal consistency was 0.75 for financial security based on Cronbach alpha. Healthy aging index was measured using 32 items in 3 dimensions of psychological health, social health, and physical health. As you can see, there was a significant and positive correlation between financial security and all 3 dimensions of healthy aging. The strongest correlation was between financial security and psychological health. This graph also shows that the financial security index is highly correlated with healthy aging index. The result of the multivariable models shows financial security is positively associated with healthy aging and all its 3 dimensions after controlling demographic variables. The influence of financial security index on healthy aging and its dimensions is stronger than other demographic factors. Age has also negative effect on healthy aging, which means that the increase of age leads to the decrease of healthy aging score. And the significance is related to physical and social dimensions. Individuals who got married have higher score of healthy aging. A year of schooling has also positive effect on healthy aging score, but it's interesting that number of children has negative effect on healthy aging. Elderly who have more children has lower score of healthy aging, but it is not significant for psychological health indicator and has positive effect on social health. Although men obtain a higher score in healthy aging, gender has not significant relation with the composite index of healthy aging, and these variables explain 39% of the variance in healthy aging index. In conclusion, the results show the prominent role of financial security to capture healthy aging. The noteworthy issue is that the combination of additive effect of being old and being poor will bring about negative outcomes in old age. So reducing poverty and economic inequality gradients would offer ways to our healthy aging strategy. Therefore, we need to improve social safety net for vulnerable older adults, and the establishment of a national pension system is recommended to guarantee a certain income level for the elderly who depend upon both contributory and non-contributory system. And lastly, the takeaway message of this research is that efforts to improve older adults' health and reduce health disparity by targeting individually based risk will not be effective without addressing financial security disparities. So we really, I think we're really concerned about the COVID-19 pandemic. It has generated not only a health crisis, but also a financial crisis, which together pose a serious threat to healthy aging. And as the last word, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Much, Dr. Sanchari. We now proceed to the third paper entitled Economic Well-Being of Older Adults in the Philippines and Vietnam. And this will be presented by Dr. Yasuhiko Saito of the Nihon University in Tokyo, Japan. Take it away, Dr. Saito.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Can you see the slides?
Not yet. Okay, we see it now.
Can you see it?
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry for the delay. Well, the title of this presentation is Economic Well-Being of Older Adults in the Philippines and Vietnam. So the co-authors, we are working together, colleagues from Philippines and Vietnam, they're listed here. And well, contents of the presentation are the introduction to the longitudinal study project in the Philippines and Vietnam. And basically, this is something I want to present and to show you that what we have been doing. And there are a few papers presented yesterday, and so the data from this project. And for today, I present some of the baseline data from two countries and compare the economic status of the older adults in two countries. And so the aims of the project supported by this Economic Research Institute for ASEAN East Asia. So we are running longitudinal studies in both countries and to examine the well-being of older adults age 60 and over in two countries. Basically because both countries do not have the longitudinal study before. So this is a starting point. We plan to run the longitudinal study. And basically it's a focuses on the health status, including mental health. And we try to understand the current status of health status of older adults and find out the determinants of the, if any, of the this health status among the older adults. So the longitudinal study survey design started in 2018. It's a nationally represented sample of 60 and over. And this is not a household survey, it's an individual survey. And sample size of for Philippines that 5985 and multi-stage stratified random sampling. And we oversample those age 70 to 79 by factor of 2 and age 80 and over by factor of 3. It's an in-person interview survey using structured survey questionnaire by tablet. And we allowed the proxy. Well, wave two. So it started in 2018. And so we plan to go into the field for the second wave in 2020. Unfortunately, because of the COVID-19, we were not able to go into the field. So once this pandemic is under control, we are planning to go into the field to see the change in the health status among older adults. Especially this survey is going to be the first survey to see what kind of changes we could observe after the COVID-19. So we are really hoping that we could go into the field next year. Well, hopefully, earliest is better, but we are not sure when we can go back to the field. And same thing for the Vietnam. We had 60-50 in Vietnam, and other survey designs is the same between two countries. And questionnaires. So we started screening by a short portable mental state questionnaire, SPMSQ, and we identify the possible older adults with dementia. And so if we find that the person respondent may have dementia, then we ask for the proxy. We have a household questionnaire. We understand all the household members, and main questionnaire for older adults. And we have anthropometric measures questionnaire. We measured many anthropometric measures. And also we asked the adult children, it's a diet questionnaire. Also, we have caregiver questionnaire. So basically we have 3 questionnaires for one older adults, but this is representative of the older adults, not for others, children or a child or caregivers. And questionnaire include these items, but basically this is a question, the survey to see the health status of the older adults and what other factors affecting the older adults' health status. And we have many question items on functioning, and also include social network, loneliness, health behavior, and question on the sleep and fall pain. These are the questions items included in the survey. And as a part of the main questionnaire, we have like a question on the economic well-being, the income and work status. These questions in the survey. Anthropometric measures, and these are the kind of characteristics of this the survey. We measured blood pressure, height, weight, grip strength, gait speed, peak flow. And this is a unique survey because we are measuring segmental appendicular muscle mass. And we have performance measures like functional reach for falls and balance test. And we have adult child questionnaire and caregiver, potential future caregiver questionnaire. And this is number of the respondent. And all of these are from the baseline surveys we already published. And you can find these areas webpage. I'll show you the URL at the end of this presentation. Statistics at the grants for two countries, the Philippines and Vietnam, and its population slightly bigger, larger in the Philippines, and it's 109 million people in the Philippines and almost 100 million people in Vietnam. So size is quite similar in two countries. And 60 and above, it's in Vietnam is more, but basically there are many older adults. And so the both countries, they need to pay attention to the older adults, although the proportion wise it may not be that much, but still they need to pay attention to, especially after this COVID-19. And in 2020, 8.6% of all the adult, 8.6% of the population is 60 plus, and 12.3 in Vietnam. And the speed of aging is much higher, faster in Vietnam. They did 27% in 2050. It's a huge increase. And life expectancy at birth, it's higher in Vietnam, 75.5 to the 71.3. And even at age 60, Vietnam has a higher life expectancy. Yet GDP per capita, Philippines is slightly larger, but Gini index shows that inequality may be bigger in the Philippines. The characteristics of old person baseline data, it's 40% are males in the Philippines and 43%. So it's similar in both countries. And age group, it's so because we oversampled number of cases between 60 to 67 and 70 to 79, at about the same in the Philippines, and slightly lower in Vietnam. And we still have about 1,500 in both countries for those age 80 and above. Socio-demographic characteristics of the person baseline data indicate that, well, in Vietnam, for males, 82% of them are still married. And for females, it's 47.7%. So big differences between males and females. And for Philippines also, there are big differences, but the proportion wise, it's much lower compared to Vietnam. This is because of the differences in life expectancy at age 60. And educational level, it's relatively similar in both countries. But working status, especially for males, it's much higher in the Philippines compared to the Vietnam. So more people, older adults, the male adults are working in the Philippines. This may be because of the necessity, they need to work. All right, I have 5 more minutes. I think that's enough. And this is the result from the survey that the household that experienced hunger in the last 3 months. And if you look at this, well, this is a huge difference. From the Philippines, 13.5% of the elderly experienced the hunger. Less than 1% in Vietnam, and 770 people in Philippines and 52 people in Vietnam. All right, and distribution of those 770 here and 52 here. But you could see the difference between the Vietnam and Philippines. And self-assessed economic well-being between the Philippines and Vietnam. Here there's enough income with money left over. In Vietnam, it's 33% to 5% in the Philippines. And considerable difficulty in meeting expenses. In the Philippines, it's 15%, 14% against 4.5%. So the economic well-being among all the adults in Philippines and Vietnam are quite different. And this may be a part of the reason that the health status, we looked at the health status and there's huge differences between Philippines and Vietnam. Urban-rural differences, differences in urban and rural in Philippines are statistically kind of significant, although we are not controlled for any other factors. But we did see the people living in rural, or the adults living in rural area as having more less well-off in the Philippines. And Vietnam, it's those who are having difficulty meeting expenses are much lower compared to Vietnam. And this is self-assessed economic well-being whilst growing up, and not much of differences for this when they are growing up. So in between, there's a huge something happened in between in the country, and that's the reason that we are observing the differences in two countries now. And these are the differences between the urban and the rural. And we did see some differences between urban and rural when they were growing up. Main source of income of the adults. And here it's earnings from work is bigger, although the people who are working is less in Vietnam, but there more people are getting earnings from work. And these are this is the difference, one of the differences, the income from farm. It's more in the Philippines. We do have data on income, but I didn't have time to show these results. Anyway, so there seem to be differences in economic well-being of all the adults between the two countries. It's much better in Vietnam compared to the Philippines. So the all the adults in Vietnam is really better off compared to the Filipino counterpart. Much higher proportion of all the adults in the Philippines is still working, but only 20, as I mentioned, only 29% of them report that earnings from work is the main source of income. Well, these are the just introduction of the baseline data from two surveys. We will be doing more in-depth analysis in the future, and this is a related URL. It's the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia area, www.area.org, and baseline reports are available for both Philippines and Vietnam. You could go into this area URL and find out what's in there. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry, I was muted. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Saito. Our last presenter this morning is another paper featuring the Philippines by Ms. Lauren Hinlo of the Commission on Population Philippines. Her paper is entitled Leisure Activities and Self-Assessed Health Status of Filipino Older Persons. Take it away, Ms. Hinlo.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cruz. A pleasant afternoon to each and every one of you. I am Lauren Hinlo from the Philippines, and it's my pleasure to share with you our study entitled Leisure Activities and Self-Assessed Health Status of Filipino Older Persons. I would like to acknowledge my co-author, Dr. Josefina Natividad, a retired professor from the University of the Philippines Population Institute. For the background of the study, health status and leisure are some of the very essential factors in the lives of the older persons. As the fastest growing segment of the Philippines population, it is important to consider the needs and concerns of older persons. Many factors such as genetic predisposition, poor lifestyle to include lack of physical activities are recognized as significant risk factors for serious health problems such as cardiovascular disease and the other chronic illnesses. The association of health status and leisure is important in shedding light on the vital role of its component in increasing the life expectancy among older persons. Substantial research has documented the significant impact of leisure on health status and to the total well-being of older person, especially on life expectancy. In other countries, there are several studies, but here in the Philippines, there are only few studies on health status and leisure activities, especially on the older persons. The objectives of our study first is to identify and describe the leisure activities of older persons differentiated by age, sex, and educational attainment. The second one is to examine the association of leisure with the self-assessed health of Filipino older person controlling for the same characteristics. And lastly, identify and describe the type of leisure under the categorization of social, sedentary, and physical activities of older persons, controlling for sex, age, and educational attainment. For the methodology, the data was drawn from the result of the Philippine Study on Aging, or PSOA. This is the second nationally representative survey of older persons aged 60 and over in the Philippines. The PSOA employed a multiple-stage sampling designed with provinces as the primary sampling units, the barangays or villages as secondary sampling units, and the older people as the ultimate sampling units. Sample provinces were drawn from stratified listing of all provinces in the country, with a proportion of older people in the province in 2000 census serving as the stratification variable. Provinces were classified into low, medium, and high based on the proportion of older people in the provinces. Self-assessed health was assessed by asking the respondents in general, how would you describe your state of health, with the possible choices being healthy, average, and unhealthy. Leisure, on the other hand, is classified into three, which are social activities, sedentary, and physical activities. The social activities include attend social activities, gambling for leisure, hanging out with friends and neighbors. For the sedentary activities, this include the following: listens to the radio, reading newspaper, magazines or books, watches television. And for the physical activities, these are the physical exercise and gardening. As to the background characteristics, age refers to the actual age of the respondent at the time of the interview. It was then aggregated into three groups: the 60 to 69 years old, 70 to 79 years old, and 80 years old and above. For the sex, it refers to the classification of the respondents as male and female. And educational attainment is measured by the highest level of education attained. This was classified as elementary and below, high school, and at least college. The key findings of the study show that over half are age 60 to 69 years old, and most are female. About 67.4% have elementary level, while 10.3% have some college education. Finally, when asked about their self-assessed health, most, or 47.3%, were at the average health status, and followed by 30.9% who expressed that they were unhealthy, and the rest were healthy with 21.4%. About a half, or 50.3% of older persons who were 60 to 69 years of age perceived their health as average, while among the 80 years old and above, about 48% said that they were unhealthy. About 32.7% of female older persons said that they were unhealthy. This is higher than the male counterpart with only 28.7%. And the result also shows that gender differences in self-assessed health, with more females reporting poorer self-assessed health. By education, those older persons who are elementary and below have the lowest percentage with 20.6% that express that they were healthy, while for 24.6% of those who have either been in high school or graduated in high school express that they were healthy. Those who are less educated have the highest percentage with 33.2% who are unhealthy, and this percentage decreases as the educational attainment increases. For the leisure activity and background characteristic, watching television is the leisure activity done by the greatest proportion of older persons at 88.2%, followed by the physical exercise with that 75%, listening to radio with 70.2%, and hanging out with friends and neighbors with 69.9%. Gambling as leisure activity had the lowest proportion at only 16.6%. The highest proportion who watched television for leisure at 90.2% was reported by the age 60 to 69 years old. Male older persons have a higher percentage engaged in each of leisure activities than their female counterparts. By education, older people who finished elementary and below have the lowest proportion engaged in its leisure activities. College-educated older persons reported to have a higher level of engagement in the following leisure activities compared to those with lower education: watching television, doing physical exercise, listening to the radio, and reading newspapers, magazines, and books. Strongest education is noted at 76% of engagement in an intellectual leisure activity, compared to only 29.4% of those with elementary or lower education. The college-educated also attend more social activities than the lowest educated counterparts with 68.2%. The poorly educated older persons, however, tend to hang out more with friends and neighbors compared to those highly educated. In this table, it shows that overall, the older Filipinos perform an average of 4.6 of the 8 leisure activities. The younger, which is 60 to 69 years old, males and those who reach high school level, perform an average number of leisure activities higher than the overall mean. The higher mean numbers of leisure activities among older persons who assess themselves as healthy for both males and females. The mean decreases as health status deteriorates. The lowest mean number of leisure activities among the unhealthy males is 4.2 compared to 5.3 among healthy males. Effect of sex is apparent in the higher mean number of activities among healthy and of average health status among males. There is no gender difference at unhealthy status among the respondents. This table shows that the most prevalent type of leisure activity being engaged by older person is sedentary leisure activity, regardless of background characteristics. This means that more of our older person tends to stay in one place and do leisure that is sedentary in nature. Male older person usually engage in all types of leisure activities as compared to their counterpart. Data also show that as age increases, the level of engagement in leisure activities regardless of type decreases. It also states that educational level increases, the engagement in the different type of leisure activities also increases. For the conclusion, there is a relatively high level of engagement in leisure activities among Filipino older persons. They reported an average number of 4.6 leisure activities. The sedentary type of leisure activities, particularly watching television, is more prevalent. In general, watching television is the leisure activity done by the greatest proportion of older persons at 88.2%, followed by the physical exercise, listening to the radio, and hanging out with friends and neighbors. Males, the young cohort, and those who have better education have more leisure activities. This pattern is same for all types of leisure activity, whether it is social, physical, or sedentary type of activity. There is a positive relationship between health and engagement and leisure activities. In general, unhealthy older people have fewer leisure activities. Regardless of health status, generally more males engage in leisure activities than females. Better self-assessed health status seems to have a protective effect. For those who assess themselves as healthy, the reduction in the number of leisure activities engaged in as they age is less compared to those with average of unhealthy state. The interrelationship of health, education, and leisure activity are evident. For those who assess their health status to be unhealthy, the mean number of leisure activities increases as the education level rises. The mean number of leisure activities of the unhealthy with college education is the same as the healthy with elementary education. Given the limitation of the cross-sectional nature of the study, a causal relationship of self-assessed health and leisure cannot be assumed, although the association of leisure and health status with age, sex, and educational attainment was notable. Future studies should consider establishing the direction and mechanism of the causality, and the result of this particular study will also help in promoting the different programs and services for the older persons in the Philippines. And there is also a need to strengthen and support the implementation of the provisions of the Republic Act 9994, also known as the Act granting additional benefits and privileges to senior citizens, further amending Republic Act number 7432 to ensure better health and total well-being of the older persons in the Philippines. I will be ending my presentation by encouraging everyone to work together to ensure that all older persons enjoy their lives through a safe, healthy, and sociable community. Thank you so much. These are just my references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hinlo. So that ends our paper presentation. We now move to the Q&A portion, and may I request Ms. Rina to please moderate this portion of the panel discussion this morning. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for all the presenters for the interesting papers this morning. It broadened our knowledge and perspective about the elderly in Asian countries. There is one question addressed to Dr. Zansari from Sumini, I assume from Indonesia. Congratulations and very nice to hear about the research. Nowadays, we believe that older people become one component of the affected by the COVID-19, not only related to their health, but also income security. So if the research result reveal that there is correlation between income security to active aging or healthy older people, how was the social policy in Iran has been produced in support the older people, therefore before the pandemic and today? And technically, how did you combine the aggregate spatial data and individual data? Was it multi-level analysis? Dr. Zansari, please.
Okay, thank you so many for this great question. For the first question, in Iran, we have a social welfare committee that it's cover vulnerable people, especially the poor people, older adults in Iran, that it have some monthly pension for older people. But after or during pandemic, because now we are also in the pandemic, during the pandemic, social welfare committee use the package of welfare package for older adults that is included conditional and non-conditional support. I mean financial or non-financial support, such as some ticket for example, food or the other necessary needs of social of older adults. But in Iran, we don't have full coverage of pension for all of the older adults in Iran, and just half of the older adults have pension. So COVID-19 really have a great social and psychological impact on older adults, that they don't have any pension, and they have some economic problems, and also they have some social problems such as loneliness and isolation. Regarding the second question, we have two different data sets. Individual level just focus on Tehran city, the capital city of Iran. But aggregated data is driven from all provinces in Iran. So that's why we have done separate analysis, and we don't use any multi-level analysis. I hope I can answer the question.
Thank you, Dr. Zanzari. It seems that there is no more question for the speakers. So I return the screen to Dr. Cruz. Thank you.
Okay, so perhaps just to end this discussion, because
there is.
Yeah, maybe we can. Is there one more question?
There one more question.
Yeah, for Gloria. Please go ahead.
Yeah, this is for Ms. Sinlo from the Philippines. Would you consider going to church a form of leisure activity among older Philippines? This is from Jeffrey Abalos. Yeah, the Gloria.
All right. Yeah. Thank you for that question. Although it's not included in the PSOA, but I think we can consider that in the future studies. So I think it's possible to be part of the leisure activity of older person in the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perhaps just to add, thank you very much. The PSOA is the second nationally representative study on older people in the Philippines, which was also conducted by our institute, the UP Population Institute, and it was funded by NUPRI with Dr. Saito there as our project lead. And Ms. Hinlo here was a graduate student of our institute when the data was available. So she did this analysis as part of her papers that she had to submit for as requirement for her graduate studies in Masters in Population Studies. Okay, thank you very much. So are there more questions? Rina? Thank you, Joe, for that question. No more question. So maybe just okay. So maybe just a way of wrapping up. Maybe we can just go around the 4 speakers to ask them in the context of COVID, which we all know has unmasked the vulnerability of older people, at least in the Philippines, and I believe in other countries in our region. Can we hear from all of you what you think are some of the strategies that your countries or other countries can adopt to promote or encourage active aging, which is actually the theme of our panel discussion this morning. Thank you very much. Anybody can start? Okay, you can start, Shama.
What I would like to say as a take-home message, that population aging is not a problem, but a challenge. And in order to consider it as an opportunity, every country and every community has to adopt multiple strategies to enhance the older person's engagement, I think. If the engagement in paid activities could be enhanced, although Even though it is for informal sector employments, then it will help for them to improve their financial capabilities. Because in every, in every presentation today and yesterday as well, we have seen that almost all the developing countries are experiencing this financial insecurity, income insecurity among elderly people. So it is a must, because it makes these people more to have more autonomy and to be capable in taking care of their lives. So I think the paid activity participation should be improved. And also about social activity, as I have mentioned earlier, it is the most dynamic activity because it helps helps all the people to have more contacts. Now, you know, within this COVID-19 period, we are experiencing that sort of problems in every segment of the population, especially in terms of elderly people. Now, in Sri Lanka as well, we don't have any strategies within this period, although we have elderly committees in a normal period. But today, all of them are disrupted due to COVID-19 because we are at home. Although other segment of the population are working at home, having some kind of contact, all the people are not in that, have no such thing. So that's what I want to say. I want to urge that everybody to perceive older age as a dynamic age where they can engage in various types of activities. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Shama. Can we now ask Dr. Zanjari to give us her response?
Okay. I think in Iran, one of the good job that happened last year was the national policy document. It finished in Iran, and so all of the organizations should consider older adults and as well as healthy aging and active aging in their organization. For example, in social welfare organization or the other committee or organizations such as the Ministry of Health or the other one. So it's national. This national policy document help improving active aging and healthy aging in Iran, and I hope so that it's continue by different organizations. And another thing that happened by municipality in Iran, especially in Tehran, the capital city of Iran, each neighborhood in Tehran have older adult clubs. So it's helped that older people can participate and engagement in different activity in their neighborhood. I think it will promote active aging and health aging for older adults. And also the municipality try to make an age-friendly city for each neighborhood. And I think making environment, enabling environment, it's really important to promote healthy aging in Iran. So I think we really need the collaboration with three level, individual level, family level, and governmental or national level, that they can together promote this concept in Iran. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Dr. Cruz, before we proceed to the next speaker, there is another question to Ms. Hinlo. Should we have
maybe we can ask Dr. Saito and then Ms. Hinlo, and then she'll go straight to answer the additional question from it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So maybe Saito can say something about maybe the Japan experience,
Or
not
is it
necessarily
Japan or
Philippines.
the Philippines and Vietnam?
Oh, you can say something
Actually,
about the
I'm
Philippines.
not living. I'm living in Japan, but I think it's important thing is that social activities, and I think we need to keep all the adults in society. And recent study done by us at loneliness affect length of life and also length of healthy life. Happiness may affect the length of life. So it's very important, the social aspect of the all the adults' life. That's affecting healthy aging. So we need to keep them in the society, well, including myself to the society. And also one thing people need to keep in mind is that all the adults make all the adults to feel they are needed. I think that's very important. Yesterday, somebody presented that giving is more important than just receiving. The giving means that they are needed. And so study from the, I think it was Denmark, those who are living in the institutions or nursing homes, there's a program for all the adults to be feel they are needed. Anything is fine, just small thing. Let them feel that they are needed. And I think that's very important thing we need to consider. So, and especially after this COVID-19, because they are isolated, because of the measures taken for the COVID-19, they were isolated, like a social distancing, and they were confined in the house or homes. So they may be feeling lonely now more than before COVID-19. And that's something we really need to pay attention to keep them healthy. I mean, the impact of COVID-19 is not just for economic well-being, it's a social well-being. It's affecting many already, other presented already discussed. But that's something we really need to keep in mind. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Saito. So Ms. Hinlo has 2 additional questions in the chat box, so maybe she can integrate her response with these 2 other questions. Ms. Hinlo, you have the screen.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. I agree with all the speakers that active aging is really challenging, especially in this time of pandemic. However, aside from the Republic Act that I mentioned in my presentation, we also have this newly enacted Republic Act here in the Philippines. It's Republic Act number 11350, an act creating the National Commission on Senior Citizens, wherein programs and services, policies are also being formulated and developed to ensure active aging among older persons here in the country. And to answer the question, knowing that many older persons are enjoying sedentary, do you think that policies, therefore, the policies and programs, as I mentioned, are being developed and formulated because this just enacted I think last year. So we are still formulating the implementing rules and regulations of the said Republic Act. So we can, as a government employee here in Commission on Population, we are also advocating and encouraging older persons to be active in the society, where we involve them in the responsible parenthood and family planning programs, as well as in other population and development programs of the country. And for the last question, facing pandemic era right now, are the elderly people in the Philippines always go to hospitals? Actually, older persons are really the priority population segment in terms of health services here in the Philippines. We always look to their health condition. That's why more of our doctors are really giving their services to those older persons in the community as well as in the hospital. So we have this doctor to the barrio who are serving for the community or the villages in our country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Hindo. Maybe just to add to what was already said about the Philippines, she was correct in saying that under this pandemic, the older persons are now the second priority in the priority list of vaccination. So the first are the frontliners, the medical frontliners, and then the second are the older persons because of their vulnerability and because of their comorbidity. So but there's a problem because the government has also made a policy that all those who are 60 years and over should not be allowed to go out of their homes. So, but there was some resistance later on, that some, particularly those who are 60 and very healthy and very mobile, and eventually the government said, okay, we relax it a bit to say 65. So this has a lot of negative effect on them, not allowing them to go out of their homes. Created a lot of mental health issues, especially those who are living alone or those who are far from their children. So, and of course, the Philippine situation as far as COVID is concerned is really very bad. Right now, we're again in another phase of lockdown because of the D variant. So it's we don't know how things will pan out in the future because it's a cycle. And in the process, older persons, the more vulnerable groups are really the ones who are one of those who are mostly suffering from this COVID-19. So it's really a challenge, and I hope that we can recover and think about how we can ensure that our older persons can live very active and meaningful lives in their sunset years. Okay, so if there are no more questions, I think it's only one. Is there another one?
There's another one.
Oh, go ahead, Rina.
For Ms. Hinlo and the other speakers, this is from Reiko Hayashi. In case of Japan, due to COVID-19, the number of deaths in 2020 declined, and notably the pneumonia death also decreased considerably. Probably this is due to the behavioral change, such as wearing masks and washing hands. I saw the same statistic in the Philippines where the pneumonia deaths declined in 2020. I would like to ask Gloria and the other presenters how and why the mortality was affected due to the COVID-19.
So this Dr. Saito first.
Yeah, this question is for Ms. Hinlo and the other speakers. How and why the mortality was affected due to the COVID-19?
I think the case of Japan can be answered by Dr. Saito.
Or is that a question?
Well, well, the immediate impact may be declined because of the behavioral change, but all the adults are kind of isolated, and so especially mental health may have been affected, but that effect may not come immediately. So in delayed time, we may have the increase in the mortality rate. Well, I don't know, but because of this behavioral change, yes, in Japan, I think that the pneumonia cases, deaths by the pneumonia decline, but longer term, the effect may come into mental health, and then after that, mental health may cause mortality and health problems. And I'm not quite sure for other countries, but like the Philippines and Vietnam, well, Vietnam is not much, but the Philippines is having a deaths though quite a lot. And so in addition to that increase in the death, increase in the mortality rate, the mental health issue may follow. And that's something I think we need to pay attention to. And that's something we are trying to, we hope that we can identify the effect of COVID-19 by the second wave of the longitudinal study.
Can I say something about, to respond to Reiko's question? If you look at the statistics in the Philippines, the report says there's a decline in the deaths, but we are not sure to what extent it's an artifact of the data, because people cannot go out and report their deaths, and even the deaths due to COVID have not yet been reported. So I'm not really, sure about the accuracy of those reports. So even, our colleagues from the statistics office would say that, they're still trying to grapple with data collection because of, everything is in a standstill. So yeah, I hope I answered your question, Reiko. Thank you.
Can I? Yeah, there is no more question, and I think we have received information from the committee that the session will end at 12:30.
Rina, can we just accommodate Reiko? I think she wants a follow-up question.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, can I?
Yeah, please, you have the floor. Yeah,
thank you. Because that is, I was asking for everybody, because I sometimes heard that, for example, in Sri Lanka, there is a hidden death. Some people say that there are many older people who are dying without being noticed. Is it really true?
Actually, the overall deaths are reported by Ministry of Health, and I have some data at 16 July 2021. It's true that the older persons are the highest segment of the population who are dying due to COVID-19. By 16 July 2021, 76% of nearly 77% of deaths are attributed to older age group. But I don't know, but all the data are revealed. We have confirmed the deaths through the Ministry of Health data sets. It's true that as in every other country, older people are more vulnerable to COVID-19. But now we are having this vaccination program, which is going on, and about 60 people are vaccinating, and all, about 30. So I hope that it will be helpful in future for the older people during COVID-19. Thank you very much for that question.
Thank you very much. And also Irani case, if you have time, if I can ask.
Yeah, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, about the effects of the COVID-19 on mortality rate. If I wanted to say that generally COVID-19 increased death rate, and I think around, for example, 60,000 deaths more than the last year, but before the COVID-19. But for example, traffic accident, the death decreased, and maybe it was good in this case. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question.
All right, so I think that ends our discussion this morning. It's exactly 12:30. Okay. Okay, so that ends our discussion. Thank you very much for your participation, and to our speakers, thank you very much for your excellent papers.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention? The program will begin shortly.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Harry, your host speaking. Thank you so much for joining the breakout room session, Indonesian session in breakout room. As you check, everybody is ready on your position. The moderator one, Mrs. Solita, are you there? Miss Solita? Okay. This session are going to led by moderator one, Mrs. Solita and Mrs. Shahmida. And we have here with us, the speaker number one is already here. Mrs. Diana Stojanovic, and speaker number two, Ms. Ria Bajai, and speaker number three, Arum. So means that we still wait another one speaker, but I recommend you just start it. So Ibu Lolita, are you ready? Because after this,
Yes,
I'm going to hand over. Okay. I would like to hand over to Ibu Solita. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the parallel session number 6, Indonesian session 2. Big round of applause for everybody.
Can you hear me, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, please.
Can you hear me? Okay,
Very
thank you
loud
very
and
much.
clear.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon in your time. Good morning in my time from Holland. Welcome to the session, Indonesian session part 2 to this meeting. I'm assisted by the second moderator, Ibu Shahmida Arshad,
Yes.
from Jakarta.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ibu Shahmida.
Good afternoon, Ibu Solita.
And in this session, I will present, or we will hear the presentations of 4 presenters. They are, I'm sorry if I pronounce the name incorrectly. They are Diana Stojanovic, and then Shira Bajai, Ardiani, and Rahul Bawankule. So I will start with asking Ms. Diana Stojanovic to present her paper. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I have 2 presentations. I'm sorry, just a second.
But you,
final? Yes.
Diana, you know that the presentation time is 15 minutes, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I
You know the rules.
actually.
Okay.
It's. I'm sorry. It's just I do this every week, and yeah, resume share. Oh, okay. Yes. You should be able
Yeah, you
to
are.
see now. Okay. Is it okay if it's not full screen? Wait.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for joining this session today. I will present part of the work that we are doing at the Institute for Demography in Jakarta, Indonesia, Lembaga Demografi. I'm presenter. My co-authors are also Mr. Sal Muhyiddin, Turawang Karen, and Ms. Flora Ninditya. We are all in different ways associated with this institute. So the title of the paper is Using Education to Account for the Discrepancies Between the Past Projections and the Actual Population Numbers. So just in the plenary session an hour ago, we heard about different ways on making projection, historically how it went from simpler models to nowadays probabilistic models. And I indeed am humble, as one of the speakers has mentioned, because our model is still deterministic model. However, we hope that by tweaking an old model using some new ideas, we can also get those numbers more realistic. This is Population Association Conference, so I probably don't need to talk much about projection models, but why do we project? Because we want to plan how much infrastructure needs to be done, maybe in business, how you want to develop based on the different groups, how many people will be there, how many educated people, how many people with different interests, and so on. How do we model? Well, the basic idea is to look at how people are born, how they die, and how they move. So parameters of fertility, mortality, and migration. And as mentioned in the previous session, they can be done in deterministic way or in probabilistic way. When we are doing it in deterministic way, we consider usually differences between male and female and of different age groups. As we know, the mortality is different for very young ones as opposed to the middle-aged people, as opposed to the old people. What can we accomplish? Well, we can only hope to have a realistic picture. We don't even try to guess the real numbers, but when planning, it is important to know roughly how many people will be, so our projections serve a very good purpose in that sense. Related to Indonesia, Indonesian government has been concerned earlier because the fertility was quite high and the population was increasing since 1950s, I believe, from 50 million to 270 million now. So in the 70s, there was a big program in order to reduce fertility, which at that time was about 5.3, 5.6 average children per woman to, well, we don't know what the ideal number is, but let's say that program was the goal to have 2 children per family. So the main concern was how to reduce the population growth. And at that time, there were several important historical projections that were made based on what was expected to happen with these programs, with the reduction in fertility, maybe the reduction in mortality based on the advances in medicine. However, fertility was only associated with a certain age group of a mother. So the groups between 15 and 49 were all women of age 15 to 19 were treated in the same way. They were given the same fertility rate. The results, I apologize, I have a big table, which I know I shouldn't be having, but let's say if we look at the first projection by Wijaya and Nitisastra from 1970s, we see that in the projection for the 90s is between 197 and 202, so roughly 200 million, while the actual numbers were only 179. So it was overstated by a large number. If you look at the third number by Iskander in 1976 published, his number in 1990 was also, he had different scenarios, so numbers were between 180 and 200. So he was a little bit closer in his number. this is the graph of different scenarios. So we see that based on the assumptions we make, we can go very high. His scenario, keeping the same fertility, would reach 270 million in 2000, while reducing it to linearly to 2.1 in 2026 will result in 200 million. So a difference of 60 million people. That's maybe about 8 of my countries. I come from Serbia, but certainly even for Indonesia, it's a huge discrepancy. So idea of our paper is we are looking at the model that we have been using together with other colleagues from different countries, some of whom are present at this conference, that takes into account education. So looking at fertility not only by age, but associating women of different educational level with different fertility rates. It has been noticed that as the education go up, the fertility goes lower. For various reasons, it is because women with higher education stay longer at school. There is the period of time when they can't have children because they're in school. Also because of differences, different kind of jobs, different kind of expectations of life. But whatever the reason is, the average fertility rates among these groups were different. So what happens if we incorporate that into the model? First, so we are incorporating education in the population projection, and we are using it to replicate the old projection with this little modification, see whether we come any closer to the real numbers. That's the idea of our paper. The model we are using has been used since 2010. It's a multi-state model that considers parameters of fertility, mortality, and migration based on sex, male, female, age, different age groups. And we can incorporate education level, different regions, so we can look at different provinces independently, with different parameters, and also distinguish between rural and urban. This model was developed by people in the Vienna Institute for Demography, and it was popularized among Asian countries recently in a series of workshops done by Adri. So let's see what we get with this. First, before we look at the result of this model, I just want to look at what happens with education. So I'm going to read you the numbers because this is very small, but let's say that in 1970s, the people of age 50, 82% of them had no education, but in 2000, only 28%. We see that even for younger ages, the education rates are higher. When education goes up, it means that the women move from the categories of low education to high education, and from higher fertility to lower fertility. And that is the idea of this model, producing smaller number if the education is going up. In terms of fertility, what happened between 1917 and 2000, the numbers were reduced from 5.3 to 2.5 in 2000. And as we have seen, even now it's the reduction slightly slower. It's about 2.3 or 2.1, depending on the survey. So given the change in educational situation and the change in the overall fertility, so we have sort of superimposed two factors. One, that general TFR goes down, women have fewer kids, and also there are more educated women, so it goes even lower as that population of more educated women is growing. So we are going to compare, to run the model. This model is Thank you. 5 minutes, just about enough to finish. Again, to connect to the previous session, it's done in R. It takes time to compile all the data, but let's see what we get. So we started from 1970s. We use the population, actual population in 1970s, and then we include the education, fertility rates, fertility rates distinguished by education, and fertility rates that the same for all educational level. Those are our two scenarios, without and with. And these are our population projection results in 2000. If we don't use the education parameter, we get the 207 million. The previous one was 213 by Skandras. The actual number is 2006. If we use the education, we have the result of 203 million people in 2000. So we see that using the education reduce the projected number of people for the projection in 30 years by 4 million. So this is a short-term projection. If we project for 100 years, or at least until 2050, which nowadays we have in mind, this difference may be even larger. Now, why do we get? There are some discrepancies. I think here that we get even fewer people than the actual number. It is because this model is run on the country as a whole and not including provinces. So let me just give a take-home message and leave the questions for our discussion time. That if we incorporate education in our projection model, in our deterministic model, multi-state model, we may come closer to the real result. Depending on how we incorporate parameters, that number may vary, but it comes as a big message that the more information we include in the model, the better our projection, I shouldn't say prediction, but the better our projection of the future numbers will be, and it will be useful for us to plan various activities from the government to the private business. Thank you very much. I will be happy to answer any questions that come with this presentation. It's 4:45.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, and I am asking the second presenter, Ms. Shriya Bajaj, to present her paper on maternal health care. The floor is yours.
Is it visible? Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, you're on.
Thank you. So a very good evening, everyone. I'm Shriya Bajaj from International Institute for Population Sciences, Mumbai. The co-author of this paper is Mr. Rahul Kumar Jha. He is also from the same institute. And I'll be presenting on maternal healthcare services utilization among married women across sessional study from Indonesia. So this is the basic content of my study. So starting with the background, so the use of maternal healthcare services for mother is very beneficial, especially in developing countries. So one of which is Indonesia. It is related to the reduction in maternal mortality that continues to be an important health concern. And the use of maternal healthcare services is one policy one policy solution that can reduce maternal mortality too. Also, like Indonesia is home to around 13,000 islands with hundreds of diverse ethnic groups, and some regions are more developed in terms of economy, education, and infrastructure, and therefore they have a lot of inequality in terms of utilization of the resources. Also, the wealthiest, the urban and those living in Java and the Bali enjoy better availability and access to basic services, including health. So, and health status indicators have improved with life expectancy rising from like 63 years in 1990 to 71 years in 2012. And under 5 mortality has also fell from 53 to 31 deaths per 1,000 live births, and IMR also reducing from 41 to 26 deaths per 1,000 live births between 2000 and 2012. However, the maternal mortality ratio remained very high, like it was around 177 deaths per 100,000 live births in 2017, and a stark inequality persists across the regions. For example, in Papua, the most eastern part of Indonesia, the MMR was around 573 per 100,000 live births in 2017. So it's more than a double of the national estimate during that period. And the high MMR with prevailing inequality fundamentally violates the Indonesian women's right to health. Coming to the literature review, so the government is striving for the highest possible standard of health for all the women in the country. So the Indonesian government has strategic objective that recorded in Permen's number 97 of 2014, which is about improving public health services, several maternal health services actions that have implemented and are supervising mothers through ANC, SBA, and PNC activities. So here ANC is the antenatal care, SBA is the skilled birth attendant, and the PNC is the postnatal care. And also maternal health services are very important activities because they aim to fulfill the rights of every mother to obtain quality health services during pregnancy, childbirth, and healthy births. So according to research on the use of ANC services for mothers aged between the 15 to 24 years in Indonesia, that was influenced mainly by the socioeconomic factors, namely age, wealth, education, place of residence, and number of children affecting the use of ANC for mothers. Also, a number of evolving maternal health and health financing strategies have been implemented. Importantly, among them are the village midwife program, the insurance program for maternal and child health, and the placement and incentive program in unreserved areas. Also, a national health insurance program have been launched in 2014 to facilitate the achieving the UHC country data, such as some important in terms of the service coverage but not equity. So the demographic and health survey provides unique opportunity for tracking health inequities over time and between countries. So in this paper, we analyzed Indonesian demographic and health survey data to explore access to maternal health services in 2017 to inform policy makers for future strategies ending preventable maternal deaths. So the methodology used was that we used the Indonesian demographic and health survey data, and the sample size for this comprised of the married women, which was around 14,672, and the statistical tools were that were used in the paper were generally the crosstab and logistic regression, and it was used with the help of Stata 16 software. So coming to the results, so results when we see the place of residence with the maternal healthcare services utilization, we see that place of residence doesn't have much influence on the postnatal care, but it has on the antenatal care and the stillbirth attendant. And we see that the urban areas have are more likely to take the services because they have the availability of the resources and everything. And when we come to the mother's education, we see that mother's education is directly proportional to all the 3 maternal healthcare services utilization. Coming to wealth index, we see that in case of antenatal care and SBA, the differences are much more like the richest have the perks, like they enjoy that they avail the maternal healthcare services, but in PNC it's like almost similar, but yet here also like the richer and the richer and the richest are availing most of the services. When we come to the birth order, we see that in case of antenatal care, the second birth order is like more likely to take the antenatal care. And in case of skilled birth attendant, the first birth order is the more predominant one, while in the postnatal care also the same thing is there. Like the first birth order is the more predominant one while taking the maternal health care services. When we come at the other indicator, which is the interval between marriage to first birth, we see that in case of antenatal care and skilled birth attendant, within 1 year in between like the marriage and the first birth, the woman is more likely to take the services of antenatal care and the skilled birth attendant. Whereas in the case of postnatal care, we see that within 1 year or more than 3 years also, they have like a similar kind of pattern. And in case of wanted last child, almost it's a similar pattern. So there is no differences in that much. So in case of mass media and internet usage, we see that the women who are more likely to use the internet facility or the mass media are more likely to take the facilities into account, and they take and use the most of the maternal health care utilization services. So it is very directly proportional to the mass media and the internet usage. Also coming to the husband's characteristics. Yes? Anything?
Media. Ini suara saya dimasukkan.
Yes. So when we talk about the husband's characteristics, so when we see about the husband's or partner's occupation, we see that most of the men's whose partners whose occupation was non-agriculture are more likely to avail their women the maternal health care services. And in case of agriculture, it's the lowest. And in case of the age, we see most husband or partners aged between 25 to 40 years are more likely to take the utilization of the maternal health care services. And when it's come to education, we see again, it's directly very proportional. So the highest educated men are more likely to take the services for their wife. So this is the logistic regression results, and we see that, I'm really sorry for the long table. We can see here that in case of like skilled birth attendant and PNC, the patterns are more or less similar. So type of residence, education, wealth index, wanted last child, as well as the birth order are significant in case of skilled birth attendant and postnatal care. And when we come to the again to the husband's and partner's age, it's more significant in the case of postnatal care and skilled birth attendant. And also the husband's partner's occupation is more significant. We can see here in the case of postnatal care, it's around 1.89. So concluding the presentation, so despite the notable progress made in the recent decades, the utilization of maternal health care, especially the institutional delivery, still needs further improvement. The key factors associated to the recommended maternal health care services were education, wealth index, employment, birth order, husband's age, occupation, mass media usage, and the place of residence. Also, increasing participation of women in higher education and economic activities, as well as community awareness on maternal health issues, may contribute to improved utilization of maternal health care. Also, girls should be encouraged and facilitated to extend their years of schooling to prevent early marriages and childbearing. Interventions to promote women's employment and agricultural productivity will ensure their self-sustenance and ease to their financial constraints in accessing healthcare facilities. Thank you, and all questions are welcomed in the discussion round.
Thank you. Thank you too for doing a presentation on time. Now, I give the chance to Ms. Arun Fitria Adriani to present her paper.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In this special occasion, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Arun Fitria Ardiani with my colleague Febrina Dia Prabarini. We'll present my result of our research about actualization of the Kampung KB in overcoming problem of stunting in Purbalingga Regency. This result is motivated by the fact that WHO sets the tolerance limit for the number of stunting children at 20% of the total number of children under 5 in a country. The stunting rate based on RISCASDAS or Basic Health Result 2013 was 37.2% and fell to 30.8% in 2018. Therefore, WHO has designated Indonesia as a country with poor nutritional status. So the BKKBN builds family planning village named Kampung KB in villages that have a high stunting rate. Purbalingga Regency has 10 villages spread over 8 sub-districts that are priority stunting management. One of the sub-districts experiencing the biggest stunting problem is Kaligondang district with 3 stunting locust villages. The locust stunting village with the highest number of stunting children was Semporlor village with the number of stunting toddlers based on RISCASDAS 2013 as many as 24 children from 86 toddlers or 27.90% and decreased slightly to 27.67% before the Kampung KB village, before Kampung KB, sorry, there are, before Kampung KB was formed on July 5, 2018. The study is to analyze the actualization of the Kampung KB program in overcoming the stunting problem. Kampung KB Kencana Sehati was chosen as the research location because it is interesting to study. This is because the location meets 3 fundamental elements in determining the object of research, namely the existence of clear problems, uniqueness, and aspect of achievement. This is qualitative research. The study used participatory learning and action or PLA methods. Participatory learning and action was chosen so that the community fully participates in every activity agenda in the Kampung KB program. The object and subject of this research is the community of the Kampung KB, Kencana Sehati, Semporlor village, Kaligondang district, Purbalingga Regency, and primary data sources are obtained directly from research subjects or informants. Secondary data sources were obtained through documentation studies in the form of literature, files, documents, and material related to the efforts of the Kampung KB Kencana Sehati in overcoming the stunting problem. Data collection through participatory observation, focus group discussion, and study documentation with interactive analysis. Before carrying out the PLA, SWOT analysis was first carried out, the result of which were as follows. Strength.
Excuse me, time is almost up.
There is a family planning counselor who is also in charge of the operation of the Kampung KB. Village cadres have a strong determination to support the Kampung KB program in overcoming stunting problem. Village cadres have cohesiveness and togetherness in carrying out their devotional roles. The family planning program is already known by the community, and there are people who know about the problem of stunting. Weakness. Village cadres do not have comprehensive knowledge about stunting problem. Village budget support in overcoming stunting problem is limited. Need to strengthen cross-sectoral partnership. The existence of people who reject their children is called stunting. There are people who think stunting children are a disgrace. Opportunities. Get a budget to implement the Kampung KB program. With the formation of Kampung KB, there are opportunities for cross-sectoral partnership. There are opportunities for participatory community involvement in various program activities in Kampung KB. And threats. There are people who think stunting is not a problem, failure to implement the Kampung KB program, and increasing number of stunting children. The strategies carried out in empowering the Kampung KB Kencana Sehati community through PLA, participatory learning and action method, or a participatory learning and practice process include empower and provide skills and knowledge to the community of the Kampung KB, utilize and manage waste through the waste bank, provide training on nutrition, including training on cooking fish, preparing my plate, healthy menus for toddlers, etc. counseling through the delivery of materials on stunting, the first 1,000 days of life, adolescent reproductive health, use of contraceptives, etc. Development activities for village cadre as an effort to assist the implementation of various activity programs in Kampung KB. The form community participation in Kampung KB are follows. Village cadres activate existing activity groups, including BKB groups or toddlers families groups, PKR or youth families groups, PKL or elderly families, women farmers group, etc. The community participates in various activities that have been prepared by the Kampung KB working group. Pregnant women and mothers under 5 understand the problem of stunting and try to prevent stunting from occurring in their children. The community understands that the problem of stunting is from upstream to downstream, so that they are actively implementing PHBS or clean and healthy living behavior. Adolescents understand the importance. Okay.
Excuse me, the time is up.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
You. So for the next speaker, I have to give to be fair and give the time to the next speaker. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Could I say something? I think because we were going fast, this is end of time for speaker 2, and this is speaker 3. Speaker 3 should be until 5:15. No.
Yes. Yes. Speaker 3.
So
please.
Speaker 3, she has still 12 minutes.
Okay,
we were
thank you.
just going very fast.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Yes.
Okay, speaker 3, please.
Okay, thank you. Adolescents understand the importance of adolescent reproductive health, so that they try to become teenagers who are avoided from the triad KRR or 3 adolescent reproductive health problems, namely drugs, early marriage, sex before marriage. The framework of the research result can be described as follows. There is problem of stunting in Purbalingga Regency that needs to be addressed. One of the effort to reduce the stunting rate is to establish a Kampung KB. Kampung KB carried out various intervention in effort to reduce stunting rates. The intervention carried out are divided into 2 types, namely specific nutritional intervention and sensitive nutritional intervention. This intervention effort have played a role in reducing stunting rates in Purbalingga Regency. The empowerment process results showed specific nutritional intervention that had been carried out, include giving taburia and special milk for stunting children, giving blood added tablets.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Okay, excuse me. The last speaker, please. You are speaker. Okay, sorry. The last speaker, please. Speaker 4. Rahul Bawankule. Are you there? Are you there, Mr. Rahul Bawankule? Hello. Hello.
Rahul belum ada Bu di sini Bu.
Belum ada. Jadi
Nah,
gimana
tapi
ini?
Kami ada rekamannya, apa diputar saja?
Oke,
Rekaman
diputar
presentasi.
saja. Ya,
Oke,
ya,
baik.
ya, diputar saja, please. Ya, thank you.
Terima kasih.
Ini belum sih. Dan ini enggak ada papernya.
A warm greeting to all. Today I will be presenting a part of my PhD work, a multi-level analysis of individual and community level factors associated with the birth size of child in the last 2 decades in Indonesia. Starting with the background of the study, low birth weight is a major public health problem throughout the world because it is associated with the short and long-term consequences in early and later age. The recent WHO UNICEF estimates published in Lancet indicate that the global prevalence of low birth weight was 15% in 2015, and that ranged from 26% in Southern Asia to 14% in Sub-Saharan Africa. When we converted the prevalence into numbers, around 25 million live births were low birth weight in the world in 2015, and strikingly half of them were from Southern Asia. Indonesia is also not far behind, which has been recording one of the highest incidence of low birth weight in the last few years. And in 2015, the prevalence of low birth weight was 10%, indicating 0.5 million low birth weight was. In 2012, World Health Assembly endorsed a comprehensive implementation plan on maternal and infant and young child health nutrition, and its third target includes 30% reduction in low birth weight by 2025. This target aims to achieve a decline in low birth infants from approximately 20 million to 14 million between 2012 to 2015, and therefore the first and foremost priority in developing different effective health program and policies in Indonesia should be on epidemiological investigation of factors associated with the low birth weight in the last few decades or years. However, the focus of existing clinical and community-based studies in the world and in Indonesia too, investigating risk factors of low birth weight has always remained on individual level factors and completely overlooked the role of community level risk factors in determining birth weight. When we talk about community level factors, it is noteworthy to mention that the disparities in child health outcomes are not only attributable to the differences in individual characteristics, but also the differences from the socioeconomic condition of various communities in which children or individuals reside. And therefore, an investigation of community level factors provide an opportunity to identify associated with the vulnerable population or subgroups, and just keeping in mind, we aim to identify emerging individual and community level risk factors of birth size in the last 2 decades in Indonesia. We use birth size of a child as an indicator of birth weight because Indonesia is a country which lacks an accurate and reliable birth weight data, and several research published in the research fraternity suggests that the birth size can be a good proxy indicator for birth weight. Now we will look what materials and methods have been used in the study. The study is based on the data from the 4 consecutive rounds of demographic and health service (DHS) conducted in Indonesia in 2002, 2007, 2012, and 2017 in the last 2 decades. Birth size of child is the outcome variable in the study, and that is dichotomous in nature and categorized as average and larger and smaller than average. We identify several control variables from literature review and included them at various levels like individual level, household level, and community level. We included only those children born in the reference year preceding the survey. Usually it was 5 years for all 4 rounds of survey, then singleton births, and we included only youngest child from the birth history to avoid recall bias related to the birth size of child. In methods, like we analyze the level trend patterns of birth size in the last 2 decades, computing the percent distribution of children with smaller than average birth size. Thereafter, we examine emerging individual and community level risk factors of birth size, applying 2-level mixed effect binary logistic regression model for each DHS round. And we estimated different community level indicators and individual level indicators like intra-class correlation, median odds ratio, proportional change in variance, then adjusted odds ratio. So now we will see the result of this study. So throughout the last 2 decades in Indonesia, the prevalence of smaller than average birth size recorded a quarter decline from 16% in 2002 to 12% in 2017. When we analyze the pattern and level trends and patterns with the selected socioeconomic characteristic, we found that the prevalence of smaller than average bust size was higher among non-literate mothers than who had less than 4 ANC seat, then among female children, among households using unimproved toilet facility, using solid cooking fuels, among household belonging to poor household wealth status. Then when we talk about community level, then communities reporting higher female illiteracy, higher ANC non-utilization, then higher use of unimproved toilet facilities, higher use of solid cooking fuels, and communities with higher level of poverty also recorded the higher prevalence of smaller than bust size. And now we will see the community level variation in the bust size of child in the last 2 decades. And the significant value of variance for each round of survey shows that there is a significant amount of community level variation in the birth size of child. For example, in 2017, say 7% of variation in the birth size was attributable to differences between communities. Strikingly, the community level variation has been decreasing in the last 2 decades. When we talk about median sort ratio and median increase in the odds of having smaller than average birth size increased by 1.58 times when a child moves from a community with lower propensity to higher propensity in 2017. When we partition the variation at community level, we found that in 2016 that 46% of the variation in the at community level factor in the birth size of child was attributable to the observed differences. Community differences means about 53% was attributable to unobserved community level variation. Now we will talk about the individual level factors of birth size of child in the last 2 decades, and we found that like literacy status of women, then number of ANC visit, women age at birth, and sex of the child were significantly associated with the smaller than average birth size in over the years. When we
excuse me, 3 more minutes.
Factors, religion, then type of toilet facility, type of cooking fuel, and household wealth status had statistically significant association with birth size in the last 2 decades. When we see community level factors, we found that female illiteracy, ANC utilization, and use of unimproved toilet facilities at community level were associated with statistically associated with the smaller than average birth size in Indonesia throughout the last 2 decades. Now let us conclude our finding. So we found that significant amount of variation in the birth size of child due to community differences was due to between community differences in the last 2 decades. However, we found a slight decline in community level variation over the years. In addition to individual level factors, community level factors are also responsible for determining birth size of child in Indonesia. In individual level factor, the emerging individual level factors were like literacy status of women, number of ANC visit, women's age at birth, then sex of child, type of toilet facility, cooking fuels, and household wealth status in the last 2 decades. Similarly, female illiteracy, ANC utilization, and use of unimproved toilet facility also emerged as risk factors at community level throughout the last 2 decades in Indonesia. And with this slide, I finish my presentation, and I thank you all for your careful attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Pawan Kule. Is there any questions from the participants? I see a number of questions in the chat. If there's nobody.
We have two questions, Ibu.
Yes.
We have two questions here.
Yes.
To Mrs. Arum and speaker two, Sriya from India. Yeah, we have two, Ibu. Could we read that one?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you all presenter and participants. Also, and then we looks like we have two questions only here. There is from what we call that Dia, Ibu Dia, yeah, Ibu Dia to Ibu Arum.
Okay, yes.
Ready? Okay, Ibu Arum. Okay, Ibu Arum. The question is there a difference in community empowerment before and after the COVID-19 pandemic? And second question, is there any effect of implementing PLA on the reduction of stunting? Great presentation, thank you. You can, for Mrs. Arum, can you answer that question?
Okay. Okay, thank you for
although your presentation is not finished already, yeah? Not yet, yeah, finished yet. That's too long presentation. That's okay. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you for the question.
Yeah.
I tried to answer. We did the research before the pandemic, but in another study, I researched empowerment strategies during the COVID-19 pandemic. There must be a change in community empowerment during the pandemic. The concept of empowerment during a pandemic is based on the use of communication technology such as social media. We created a WhatsApp group consisting of village cadres. We convey various information related to family development, population, and family planning programs. And for second question, our research is a qualitative research. We did not measure the effect of PLA implementation on stunting reduction. However, we have data that before the empowerment activities were carried out, the stunting rate in Kampung KB was 26.67%, and after the implementation of the PLA, the stunting rate was 12.79%. Therefore, we recommend to further research to measure the effect of these activities on reducing stunting rates.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mrs. Arum. And then the second question from Anindita to Miss Sriya. What we call that? How to spell that? Sriya from India. Ibu Anindita asked, you mentioned about Indonesia maternal mortality ratio data. Where did you get it, and what are your suggestions for Indonesia policymakers and what we call it, and policymakers and practitioners to improve the reproductive health services in Indonesia? Please give us example from best practice in India as well. So hopefully we can implement it to Indonesia. So Ibu Anindita want to know how about the maternal health care services in India. Can you describe in India, how about India, and you can compare into Indonesia also. And then the question is, how did you get the MMR from DHS, Indonesian DHS to 2017? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah, time for you. Okay.
Thank you for the question. The MMR data which I presented in the introduction portion. So that I got from a secondary data source, that is from a paper. I got it from a tertiary actually source. And when talking about like India, yeah, India is on a better part as compared to Indonesia on the case of maternal mortality ratio. As is for India, it's just 122 MMR per 100,000 live births. Also, like Indian government has make a remarkable achievement by improving like few factors. So first, India has made a concern to push to increase the access to quality maternal health care services. So since 2005, the coverage of essential maternal health services has doubled in India. Also, secondly, the state subsidized demand side financing like Janani Sishu Suraksha Karyakram, which allows all pregnant women delivering in public health institutions to free transport and no expense delivery, including cesarean section, has largely closed the urban-rural divide traditionally seen in the institutional births. Also, the Indian government, what it has done, it's like India has put a significant emphasis on the mitigating the social determinants of maternal health. So women in India are more literate than ever now, and with 68% now able to read and write, and also they are now entering they are also entering marriage at an older age with just 27% now wedded before the age of 18. Also, like the government finally puts in substantial efforts to facilitate positive engagement between public and private healthcare providers. So campaigns are run such as like the Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan have been introduced with great impact, allowing women to access the antenatal checkups, obstetric gynecologist, and to track their high-risk pregnancy, exactly what is needed to make further gains and achieve the SDG targets according to like the SDG thing. So these were being followed by India to improve on the maternal health. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sriya, we'll call that. Thank you so much. And then we have also this the third question to Speaker 3, Ibu Arum, yeah? Speaker 3 from Siska Indriana Sari. The question is, how do you measure the impact of management of the Kampung KB working group and cross-sectoral cooperation to stunting rate from 26.67% to 12.79%? So this is from question for Ibu Arum. Okay, Ibu Arum, can you?
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Ms. Siska. Okay, I try to answer. Our research is qualitative research. So we did not measure the impact of the management of the Kampung KB working group and cross-sectoral cooperation to stunting rate from 26.67% to 12.79%. However, we have data that before the empowerment activities, the stunting rate in Kampung KB was 26.67%, and after the implementation of the PLA, the stunting rate was 12.79%. Therefore, we recommend to further research to measure the effect or the impact of these activities on reducing stunting rates.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Arum.
Okay, thank you.
This is the qualitative research, but maybe they want to know the opinion or something like that. You qualitative research, you don't measure by statistical analysis. So
No.
maybe you can explain the opinion or their what we call that perception about that one. Yes, maybe if you have later on, maybe. This is the thank you.
Based on my
yes, Ibu Solita. Okay, Ibu Solita.
Could I add? Could I add a question? A question to that question. Okay, Ibu Arum.
Okay, Ibu.
Could you explain to the forum what kind of active? And you only said active KB or family planning activities, and what was included in that activities? You
Okay,
give
thank you.
nutrition.
Okay.
You give nutrition, or how do you address the problem of stunting?
Okay, thank
That's-
you. Okay, we have two specific nutritional intervention. There are specific and sensitive nutritional intervention. On specific nutritional intervention that had been carried out include giving taburia and special meat for stunting children, giving blood-added tablets for pregnant women and adolescent girls, antenatal care and folic acid administration, and supplementary feeding for pregnant women. Sensitive nutritional intervention includes improving the provision of clean water and sanitation facilities, preventing infectious disease through eradicating mosquito nets, as well as counseling through home visits, managing waste through waste bank, improving the quality of nutrition and health service, raising awareness, commitment, and care practices through integrated holistic BKB or toddler family group activities, increasing access to nutritious food through farmer women's groups, and fond of eating fish campaigns, socializing the first 1,000 days of life, as well as routine counseling in activity groups such as toddler, teen, or elderly family groups. And I think, in my personal opinion, willpower and enthusiasm of the management of the Kampung KB working group and cross-sectoral cooperation have succeeded in reducing the stunting rate from 26.67% to 12.79%.
Although it is not that there is no proof that the reduction is caused by the intervention, right? Because
Yes.
you didn't study that. Okay.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
But nutritional intakes were given to everyone, or families with stunting children, or only to samples?
All family stunting children.
Okay, so everyone with the stunting problems.
Everyone.
And then, okay.
Thank you.
If anybody else, there's a question from anybody else from the floor?
Jangan aku lagi.
No more, Ibu? I don't know.
No, okay. Then I will ask. There's a question. I have a question to Mr. Rahul Bawankule. You mentioned in your presentation one of the factors to associated with the birth size of the child is toilet facilities. Could you explain to me how it relates?
Mr. Rahul?
Oh, but Mr. Rahul is not present.
Yes, only the
So he
video.
cannot. Okay, he cannot answer that. He cannot
I have
answer.
question
Okay,
also
okay.
for him.
Yes. Yeah, but just say it, then everybody will know the question.
Any question for speaker one? That's okay. Speaker one develop a model from projection data. Anybody want to ask? No?
No,
there's no more.
Maybe I can ask Diana about the model. The model is already applied in Indonesia, all throughout the country, or also samples? A few cities only.
We ran the model for the whole country for this purpose. We also ran this model making future projection, not replicating all the results. And at that time, we also included 34 provinces. And we presented that paper. 34 provinces. So we specify parameters for each of these provinces: the fertility, mortality, education, attainment, how many people from elementary school progress to lower secondary education, to higher secondary and to tertiary education. And we presented those results with the ATRI group, Asian demographic.
Per province, it is sampling, random sampling. How do you take the data from? Or the whole population?
The whole population, yeah.
The whole population.
Because
the
whole population,
we use the parameters.
Oh, from the census?
Yes.
Yeah, how do you, you use the data from the census, population census, or?
Projection data.
We use the census 2010 and intercensal in 2015.
Okay, so the census data, they use that, the secondary data,
yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And anybody else? Do you think that the model can be applied to other countries? Your model?
This model has been applied in many countries. It started from the Demographic Institute in Vienna, and we had a workshop for the Asian countries in 2017 and 2018, including Indonesia, Philippines, Bangladesh, Iran, and so there were eight countries participating, and we all presented the results for projection from 2015 until 2045 or 2050.
So you can make
this
comparisons.
is just a different, yes, this is a different aspect of testing this model on an old data, and showing that having more information in the model can help, but of course nothing can beat the correct prediction of parameters. So sometimes it's difficult to estimate how the fertility will go. We can plan something, we may even have policy to reduce, but we just rely on our estimation of the parameters for the future, a prediction of parameters for the future, which we feed into model, and then the result will depend on that. That's why
because
we don't say this is the result of the projection. We have scenario 1, scenario 2.
Because
so
you cannot,
we can have different futures.
Right. Because there are also a strong influence of the social norms and culture.
Yes.
So you cannot make a prediction about the birth of the number of children you have in each family, because still you cannot ignore that.
We can include that into our for instance, for Indonesia, we have different prediction how low TFR can go, how low the fertility will go, and to do that we do some interviews with other demographers and also look at what the situation is. Other people have mentioned that at this moment some people even are thinking that TFR should be raised. So we don't know what will happen. It depends on economic situation. Now we have this disruption of COVID. Would that influence how many children people are ready to raise? Would there be more or less? That's why we don't say this is the future. We say if we assume that fertility goes down, we will have these numbers. If we assume that it will stay the same, we have this other scenario. It's always divided into scenarios of different possible futures.
Yes, and a range of the possibilities, right?
Yes. Another possibility to address this issue was mentioned in the plenary session this afternoon, which is to look at the probabilistic model, and then you have a number, you have a bandwidth, how the upper and lower bound. So this is just a different approach, but it's an interesting one. So
okay, well, thank you so much.
Is there
any or is it time is up, or I don't know what the time we have to stop?
We still have time, about 20 minutes, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Any
there any-
question? No?
Oh, comments?
Comments are
Or is everybody already feeling tired?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Well, yes, it is almost. I think
What time's in Holland, Ibu? What time's now?
What time is it
yeah,
now?
in Holland.
12:35.
12
At noon.
p.m. At noon. Okay.
Yeah, at noon. So it is almost lunchtime here, and at your almost dinner at your in Indonesia, right?
Yes. Almost. Almost
Alright.
Maghrib.
Almost Maghrib, exactly.
Yes.
Almost Maghrib. Okay.
Okay. Any question for? We cannot
any more
give. Yeah, we can ask. What Rahul? Yeah, we cannot.
Rahul is not here.
Give question to Rahul.
We cannot.
Yeah.
But maybe the speakers have questions for each other.
It's okay.
No.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
Okay. Sure.
So I have heard a lot. I have attended presentations on stunting, and I know that Indonesia is very concerned about the problem. But I'm just wondering about the definition of it, because from the documents that I have read from various sources, people often use proxy of height of a child or a weight for stunting, but then they have very strong implications into child's ability, learning ability, mental health, and
Intelligence.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I think that that might be very misleading.
Yes, I agree.
So I'm just wondering if there could be a better variable to look at. I know that it's easier to measure somebody's height, but especially because the speaker said that there are negative views in the society of stunting, and
Stigma. It's called
there is
stigma.
stigma against stunting. Of course, there shouldn't be a child is not it's not a child's fault that even if they have a learning disability, but I'm just thinking that Indonesia, if you look at the data, Indonesia has very high percentage of stunted children compared to other countries, and I think that perhaps the number of those who might have learning disability is much smaller. It's just that naturally Indonesians have smaller physique than because the parameters are used for the whole world. So it's just my opinion that maybe it should be disentangled from the height.
Yes,
I agree. I agree.
Do you have any opinion on what could be?
Arun?
Are you still there, Bu Arun?
Okay, thank you. A high number of stunting in Indonesia that become a big problem to all, to a community, to families, and for the government. And we should to play a role in how to reduce stunting. And one of I am a family planning counselor, and one of I can play a role is on Kampung KB. So I think we should to never give up on giving counseling and give all activities to the cadres and giving cadres information, everything that can improve the cadres on how to, so the cadres can play a role on community.
the question is there any relationship between stunting and low intelligence?
Based on our literature, yes. Based
Is
on
there
our
really?
yes,
Really?
but I never research that. But my research never measure that. But based on literature, yes.
Because of what? Because of the nutrition, lack of nutrition, or because of what causes it? What causes the relationship between stunting and intelligence?
Yes, because lack of nutrition, so that what is it? Tidak tumbuh kembang baik.
They don't grow.
Yes.
Problem in growth.
Yes.
Yeah, but it may also stigma, because the families with stunting children, maybe they come from the poor. They are poor, and they don't. They cannot afford to pay school for the education for the children, and maybe they have stigma. I mean, the children do not want to go to school. They are bullied by their friends and things like that. You have to consider all that factors as well.
Do you collect the data, information like that or not?
No, no. I don't
you
collect.
didn't. You didn't collect that one. You just
No.
read about what the factors affect to stunting, something
Yes.
like that.
Yes.
Okay, they are direct and indirect factors. Yes.
Okay,
Are you
thank
sure?
you. Thank you,
We don't
Ms.
have much.
Shahmida.
We don't have much data about stunting, yeah, in BKKBN, because that is belong to Ministry of Health. So we cannot. You may what we call that. You could have the information for the literature, and then you can analyze your qualitative research so that several literature about stunting, of course, because this is BKKBN, the first what we call that duty force, what we call that the first, oh no, the new what we call work of with stunting. So we just have to study much more study about stunting in Indonesia. What the factors, only the main factors. So many factors. We cannot choose only one factors. Yeah, Ibu
How do you-
Solita. I think so, Ibu Solita.
How do you define stunting in Indonesia? Only height, or what? How can you? How do you take the population of stunting? I mean, that a child is stunted. How do you define that?
Yes, I think.
I don't know. I'm asking to Arum. I think she's
Arum.
the one.
Okay. To Arum.
Yeah.
Sorry, Arum.
Yes.
You have to
How do
read
you define
more.
it? How do you define it? That child is stunted.
Yes, Arum. Try to answer.
Arum.
Yes.
You hear me? Did you hear me?
How do you measure? How do you know the children have a stunting, something like that,
Stunting
or
problem.
that a stunting problem? Giman, yeah. So
I'm sorry. I can hear you. I'm sorry.
You cannot hear me? Now can you hear me or not? Now can you hear me or not? You cannot hear me?
Okay, maybe something. Oh, how about me also? We call this. Okay, Ibu.
Okay. Okay. If
She
you cannot
cannot
do
hear.
it,
Yes, she cannot hear us. So
oh,
we can move the other. Maybe only
yes, there
about
is, because it is written in the chatting. Maybe Bu Arum can
okay.
Can read it in the chatting. Bu Arum? Okay, if it's
Oh, yes, sorry. Stunting is condition high level on toddlers dibandingkan.
Yes. Or you can just write it in the chatting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. If you cannot tell us, then we can. Thank you. I think the time is almost up.
Yes.
And
I think so.
Can we get the slides presented today? How does it work? How does it work?
I don't know. We can ask Bapak Hari how to get the slide for
the materials. Yeah,
the materials.
Yes.
Later on, I will send to you, and I will
Yes,
maybe
to
in
the
that
email.
one, maybe in the secretariat of APA, maybe in there the APA web, we can see that ebook, and then I will send you if I have. Okay.
Okay. Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
I send
So
you.
it's a very interesting.
Yes.
Very interesting presentation from all of you.
Yeah.
That's why I would like to believe.
Okay. Okay, I will send you.
Will you be involved in the next population projection from the BPS, from the CB Central Bureau of Statistics?
You ask. You want the projection of our population from BPS?
Yes.
That you mean that? Okay, I have. If you want that,
But the
I will
next,
send to you.
But the next population census projection,
census projection or the real census data. What do you
population projection?
A population projection
of the coming 10 years or the next.
The newest,
You have it.
the last
You have
last
it.
projection.
You have it.
I will send you. Okay. I will.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. And
your email is Solita Ibu Solita Sarwono.
No, dot Sarwono. Solita
dot Sarwono. Okay.
Okay. And then gmail.com.
Okay.
Okay. I will contact you later. Thank you so much, ladies. It is really a ladies session.
Yes,
because Mr. Raul is not here, so it's a ladies session. Thank you very much, and enjoy your evening at in the main hall. I think the reception or the end of this today's session. Okay. Thank you very much, and have a nice evening, everyone.
Okay.
See you again sometime.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
There is a roundtable discussion.
Okay.